Days gone, I won't waste another one. Oh, darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, my sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape. Oh, my sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape. Heads down, they will watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like us, it will fill the air around. Oh, my sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape. Oh, my sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape.
We always talk about FIFA esports being dramatic, and yesterday we treated you, yes we did, to an absolute goal rush on the first day of the FIFAe World Cup. 217 goals found the back of the net, with the most coming from Group C. They scored 69, which meant the average number per match equaled 3.6. I know you love a stat, that's why I thought I'd open the show with all those numbers for you just to crunch here on day 2 of the FIFAe World Cup. No cagey affairs here, but who knows what day 2 will bring? We are about to find out, of course. Well, welcome then once again to the studio here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where we are almost set to go on day 2 of the FIFAe World Cup. This is the big one, 1v1 FIFA at its finest. We saw fireworks yesterday. Expect more of that drama here today, as well as I introduce to you our couch here on day 2. We have a special guest as well joining the studio. We have our usual suspects as well, Alex B, Aggie, Mike LaBelle and Mar, as well as joining us from Corrugate Esports, the local side here. Mar, obviously I'm going to come and start with you. Thank you so much for joining us. And actually I'm going to tell everyone at home, Mar actually was very kind and treated a few of us to a bit of a trip as well around Saudi a couple of days ago. So we really got to experience the proper local cuisine, and we got to learn a little bit about the history as well of this great city. So thank you very much for that. But we're going to talk to you, Mar, about FIFA esports and Saudi. I mean, first up, how special is it to have these 3 World Cups here in your local city?
Yeah, firstly, I just want to thank you guys for having me, and it's a good thing to show you around, show you Saudi, the culture, just to get a view of it. And regarding your question, I think it's amazing and a big step to have a big tournament as this in Saudi Arabia. Of course, as you can see, everyone is loving it. The fans are happy for it, and yeah, I think everyone is enjoying their time here. So we're just happy to have you guys here.
I mean, talking of the fans, they're out in force again behind Mar, actually. Where did they find their love for FIFA esports? They absolutely love it.
Yeah, I mean, basically, most of the people here love FIFA, and it's finally their time to show it that they're actually loving it. I mean, you can see yesterday they couldn't be silenced, just giving a lot of noises to their favorite players, Andres, Abu Makka. So I think it's just a good opportunity to show this kind of fans that they really love the game.
They really love the game here, so you'll be able to hear them before you see them, FYI. Mike, actually, you came, didn't you, on Mar's little trip? Mike,
I was invited. I appreciate that invitation.
And Mike very much got into the local spirit, didn't you? Tell me about the outfit you wore on that trip.
I enjoyed it. I think it was fitting for everything. I appreciate you. You brought everything for us.
Yeah, no worries.
And we went traditional, and we got to see a lot of the city, and then the dinner was fantastic as well. I hope that we get another one of those in. Not just because you're here, but if we set it up, I'd like to do it after one of the broadcasts. A little late night action.
Well, that's what we get up to when FIFA esports isn't taking place in the arena. We like to, of course, see the city in its glory. I want to come to the boys over here as well. Let's talk about yesterday. I gave you a few stats and facts there. Alex, can you remember who scored the most goals? I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
I can't, off the top of my head.
Give a guess, come on. Top
From
of the...
Group A, Group B, C or D? Which one is
wait,
it?
give me that, then you know.
Give me. I want in on this too.
You
I'll
want in
go
on
with
that.
them.
Go on.
So she said that Group C. I heard this at the beginning
Don't
of the show.
give us
was
it.
the
Don't
highest
show us
scoring.
yet. He's going to give us
All
it.
right, I'm just looking at Group C. Remember, RVP Legend came out firing. So he didn't close out the day well, but that's who I'm going to go. I'm going to go with Group C, RVP Legend as an underdog choice. I don't know if that's right or wrong or what camera I'm looking at, but that's what I'm going with.
If I had the ability to push the buzzer which said, I'd say no.
Well, I bailed you out.
It was Johnny with 15.
Oh.
Aggie, Alex, again, you can confer with this one. Who was the best defender yesterday? Who conceded the least amount of goals?
I'm going to go with Tex, I think.
Are you agreeing with that?
I'm going to go with Anders.
Tex was correct. 4 goals only he let in 5 games there, which was pretty special. But Johnny, the amount that he scored, 15, was pretty special. But talking of Tex, I mean, he's previously struggled, hasn't he, here at the FIFAe World Cup, but he looks like he's on a comeback this year, and Spencer caught up with the man behind the player a little bit earlier on today.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I am here with Zach Moore, coach of Tex. Tex had a fantastic day yesterday, top of the group. Is this the year we're finally going to see him win the FIFAe World Cup?
I hope so. In the past, he's had a group stage curse, so one step at a time, let's go through the group, and then I'm confident best of twos, you'll step up his level. Because I think yesterday we had 11 points. I still think there's a couple of gears to go up. I don't actually think he played near his best, which is a good sign. So, and he's always struggled with best of one, so hopefully today we stay unbeaten, go to the knockouts, and then we're going to have a very, very tough game in the last 16, match of the group to death.
Yeah, you can see him just chilling out behind us there. He's gone for walkabouts, actually. What does he have to do to go that little bit further than he's gone before? I mean, obviously you must have played a part in it. How have you got rid of this group stage curse, as you call it?
I would say, like, just making him known. I mean, like, I watch so many games of, like, all the top level players where he might not have time, he has content, he'll be playing, so it's like showing him, oh, Emery does this, corners, like, it's like the cheap goals. Like, he's been so good fundamentally for so long, but he hasn't scored the cheap goals or an easy goal where he hasn't had the glitches in his locker, so he's always had to play like an 8 or 9 out of 10 to win a game. So I feel like we're winning games playing out of 6 out of 10, so it's like just trying to, well, have more variety in his game.
Sign of a potential champion, of course. A huge role in this year's FIFAe World Cup is the role of a coach. Last year, you were here with Stingray, got to the round of 16, looking to go one further this time. We spoke to Stingray yesterday. He seemed quite upset that you were no longer with him. Can you talk to us about that transfer from Stingray to Tex that you did?
Well, I was only with Stingray this year for E-Champions League because I was coaching the staff. But it's kind of like, Sting did want me for playoffs, but at the time when Tex asked me, after me coaching him in England, Sting didn't look like he was going to make playoffs, so it's like kind of I'm never going to turn down Tex, but who knows what the I mean, and obviously with Tex, like, it's a big motivation for him to be world champion, or my dream to be world champion. So, and I think he gives me the best chance, and I love his attitude. I think, and it's another added bonus, like, one would go down as the greatest of all time. So winning the World Cup will get him to that top level.
It's not just players that want to win the World Cup, coaches do as well, and it could be Zach's year along with Tex this time. Back to you, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Well, I wanted to bring Alex in on that conversation, actually, from a coaching perspective. Is it difficult to be loyal, Alex, when Stingray was with Zach last year and then Tex comes and says, actually, I want you on my team?
It can be to an extent, especially what we saw last year with Stingray, Zach, and the Club World Cup as well. They went through and became runners-up there. But I think one thing that Zach mentioned is that he was looking at Stingray. Stingray was lower on the rankings, maybe didn't expect him to go through all the way to get to this stage. And when Tex comes knocking on the door, work with him with E-lines, he can't really say no to Tex. And I think when you look back on Tex's time where he maybe was most dominant, he had Enzo as his coach, Zach can repeat that and do that again.
We were looking, weren't we, at statistics coming into this as well. 126th ranked in the world was Stingray heading into this. That ranking doesn't really do him justice. Obviously, he came through, didn't he, after winning that French league. Can you look into that as a coach, really, with the World Cup, even if he does qualify?
I mean, he's definitely ranked higher. He also did pretty good last year, and he qualified for multiple events. So he's your top player, Stingray. Obviously, doesn't have the achievement Tex does or have, but not many players do have that. So I understand that from a kind of ambitious angle, but also feel like there are some sort of, when you commit as a coach to a player, I feel like you gotta stay a bit loyal as well, like showing like I trust you, even in the worser times. So, I mean, that's an interesting thing.
Did you ever have any battles with coaches or coaches trying to go elsewhere in the career and you're like, please come and still help me in my career?
No, I think sometimes we maybe shared coach back then. It wasn't as big of a thing as it is now, and obviously it's much more professional now. So no, I never had that issue, but I can get to see now why things are mixing up a little bit.
Well, talking of Stingray, I believe Sven is down there with the man of the moment. How's he feeling, Sven?
Yes, I'm here with coachless Stingray, but it's not going too bad for you this year without a coach. Much better than this time last year. You're sitting joint second in the group on 8 points. Tuga's one ahead, but you play him game number 2. You beat him yesterday as well, so you could easily win this group, couldn't you?
I mean, definitely, yeah. The game against Tuga yesterday, I mean, I beat him 4-1, one of the best defenders in the world, so clearly I'm attacking pretty well.
So definitely looking like you're going to hopefully make it out of the group in a little bit more comfortable style than last year. You had an amazing day too last year. One thing I want to ask you about is your proximity to the Saudi fans here, because even before the games started, they're getting loud and you can really hear it here, can't you?
I mean, yeah, you can definitely. I was playing Berkelein yesterday and my whole stage was wobbling, the monitor was wobbling. The Saudi crowd was just amazing.
But you like it though, it doesn't affect you negatively?
No, I mean, I love it. I think everyone loves to play in front of a crowd.
Yeah, I think so. It adds a lot of atmosphere, doesn't it? Let's talk about your ranking, Stingray, because you're ranked 126th in Europe right now. Everyone here knows you're better than that. I mean, you won E-Liga with Lorient, of course. That's a massive win. We've seen what you can do here at LAN events. What's the discrepancy there? Why are we seeing you so low down?
I mean, I'd love to make excuses, but there's none that you can really make. Online, I just didn't perform as well as I do at LAN. You know, there's other things. You know, playing online, I'm just not as comfortable as playing at LAN, but I mean, I'm here now, 24 made it. That's 102 spaces higher than what I am. There's a lot of people saying, oh, they're above me in the ranking, they deserve it more than me, but who's him, who's not?
The proof's in the pudding, and if you can be good at one thing, it's at LAN, because that's where the money's won and the trophies are lifted, and we could well see this man do that. Good luck today, Stingray. Right, we're going to go up the stairs here. Atmosphere kicking off already. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it, but I definitely can. I want to talk to the most laid-back man in FIFA esports, Mike J, who's got a little bit of work to do ahead of him today, Mike. 3 points currently. Realistically, what do you need to do to get out of this group?
I don't know. I think 3 wins and a draw will be enough. It just depends who I win against and how the group shapes up. But look, as always, aiming to win all 5. That'll be the best case scenario. That'll definitely get me through, so that's the plan.
Based on the way the games went yesterday, do you think that's achievable? Because you did have quite a few draws in there. You've only got to find one extra goal to turn that into a win.
No, I played well yesterday. Honestly, a couple of things, I'm not going to say I got unlucky yesterday because, everyone's always going to say they got unlucky playing FIFA. But, if a couple small little margins might have gone my way or a bit more clinical, maybe a green time shot here or there, maybe I would have won a game or two. So just tweak a couple small things and just do the same thing as yesterday. I think I'll be okay.
How are you feeling about this crowd? Because you're also very close to it. We saw you sort of playing up to it a little bit yesterday. You enjoying it?
Oh, they're brilliant, to be fair. They're very loud, very energetic, so it's something a little bit different. I've never really played FIFA in front of a crowd, so it's a cool experience.
Right, last question. You've been quite outspoken in the fact that this could be your final tournament in FIFA. And if you don't pick up the next few wins, it could be your final day of FIFA ever today. Will we see any emotion come out of you as you near the end of, shall I say, retirement?
Might see some happy emotions. I'll be done playing. I'll be quite chuffed with that. But no, there'll be no tears, definitely, if that's what you're asking.
Well, let's see if you can up your prize money and get out the group and give us one more day of Mike J at least. Good luck to you, sir. I don't want to see him retire. I think he's a breath of fresh air. I quite enjoy it. But he's got a lot of work ahead of him if he's going to make it out of this group, sitting on 3 points currently, Rachel.
And he's such a character as well. I'd hate to see this the last game that he plays at a World Cup. But if it is the time to hang up that controller, then, you know, it's great, isn't it, to go out on top. The best 24 players in the world are here, of course. And I wanted to bring Mike in with that. Mike, do you know when it's time to hang up? Have you already decided in your head and that can't be swayed regardless of the result? Did you know when your time was kind of done?
I think for me it was a little bittersweet in some ways. I probably played maybe an extra year that I didn't need, just in terms of doing too much amongst content and obviously hosting and doing some presenting at events. And I think in a perfect world, we'd love to win and be like, that's it, I'm done, I'm dusted. But to a certain degree, when you're on top of it, you don't want to walk away. It's kind of like your favorite sitcom. They usually add an extra season or two, and those extra last couple seasons aren't as good as where the show started.
Was it hard for you to say you were going to retire as well, Aggie?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Mike is describing it perfectly. And when you don't have that passion, you're not going to win. I mean, I'm pretty confident that Mike will go out today because, as he says, he doesn't really have he doesn't have that will that you need to win. And when you don't have that feeling, when you don't have that passion, you know it's over. And that was where I knew that, all right, I have to quit.
I thought you were talking about me. I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm definitely going out, for sure.
I'm talking about someone who has the passion, surely in abundance being here, is Abu Maka. He's got all the fans behind him, Mar. He's got all the support he could ever want. He's pretty much got the support of the 12th man, we're calling it in here. I mean, how do you think he's going to get on as the competition progresses? Second so far. Have you been impressed with what you've seen of him?
I mean, Abu Maka is doing so great so far. I mean, finishing on the second on this group, it's definitely a good thing. And he's actually representing his home country. I mean, all these fans from all nationality from the Middle East are coming to cheer him up, giving him all the cheers that he needs. And I think that's a good motivation, and that's one of the big reasons why he's doing a good job so far. And I think he's going to go far, yeah.
Do you know him personally? Does he like the pressure, or does he try and shy away from it a little
bit? He's actually a very cold guy, so I think he can handle the pressure. I mean, so far he's proven a lot. He won the Saudi League professionally, and he did so well with the E-Club and Nations, so I think he got what it takes.
Obviously he's ranked as well as the second in the Middle East coming here. MS Dossary is still number one. Do you feel if he has a good tournament, Abu Maka this time out, he can maybe overhaul MS Dossary as one of the best, the greatest in Saudi?
I mean, personally wise, I think if you're going to top MS Dossary, you have to win a World Cup. Other than that, it's just a good effort.
Is he capable this year of winning a World Cup?
I mean, yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely.
Strong statement there.
I'd expect that from Mar. I actually have another question too. You're going to hear a lot of it today. I'm going to hear a lot of it. All of us here. What are they saying? What's going on? There's so many different chants. They have chants for different players as well. It's not just about Abu Maka. They even have chants for Anders, like you mentioned. I heard them going at it with Tuga in a positive way.
You sat in there as well, Mike, the other day.
I did. Myself and Rich, we went up there, and I was getting involved, but I don't know exactly what's happening. But there's a lot of positive energy.
Yeah, I think they're giving him, for example, in Arabic, they say like, hey, go get that win. We're with you. Just go for it. And just for Tuga and Andres, I think just making English music or noises so they can understand, just cheering him up, giving him the motivation that they need, and showing some love.
Well, the chants are definitely giving us energy here in the studio. As you can see, the matches have begun. I'm sorry to say we had a couple of technical issues there, but it looks like we have resolved some. So we're going to hand over to Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley, who are going to talk about a couple of the matches that we are seeing here today on day one.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Yes, back again for the group stages here at the FIFAe World Cup. Group A, Group B is underway. A couple of games and a small technical fault, as we just pointed out there. But Di Fernandez against Mark will be our first game we'll just dip into here. Two players with a very different group stage day. Two players fighting for that top 4 mark, currently in third on 6 points. Di Fernandez on 5 points, only a point between those two. As we said, 5 matches to be played, Rich. There's so much still to unfold.
Yeah, there certainly is. I mean, when you look at these groups starting to take shape, Group A, 4 points from top to bottom. Group B, Tex is sort of leading the line. However, there's still so many critical and crucial games and points up for grabs throughout the rest of this afternoon session.
Let's have a jump around then if we can. Tex against Mike J. Let's head over to that one. Big day for Mike J, the Aussie. Could be his last career match tournament. Could be the end of his FIFA career. However, he said if he does go out and it does end here, he'll be pretty happy and stress-free. Mike J did draw this game yesterday against Tex. It was a 1-1 scoreline, scored quite late into the tie. Only picked up 3 points from 15. Did the Melbourne City FIFA Pro of Australia. Surprising enough, both Australian players are in this same group. What does he have to do today, Alex, if he is to try and find a way through the group stages, other than just win?
We'll be catching up with Alex B very shortly indeed, get his thoughts on this critical matchup for Mike J. I'll answer the question for you. Got to play with no fear. It's his last tournament. When I was speaking to him, even if he wins the FIFAe World Cup, he's done. So go out on a high, go out proud of yourself, and leave it all on the table.
Well, for Tex, this is his third FIFAe World Cup. He didn't make out the group stages FIFA 19 or last year in Copenhagen. I think with his run that he had yesterday and expecting to pull through 11 points from 50 was a convincing day. There's only 2 players that are unbeaten here at the FIFAe World Cup. Still, one is Tex and one is Anders Vergang. They're both in opposite groups. However, they will match up potentially later into the bracket. I don't think they'll be matching up in the round of 16 with the current placements as it stands. Nil-nil here. Has been a goal in one of our games, the all-Portuguese matchup. Darkley 11 in his first FIFAe World Cup against Tuga, who had a very slow start to proceedings yesterday. Took him 3 rounds to get going, but when he got to round 3, he couldn't stop scoring. It could be the same situation here, though, for him. Richard does trail a goal to nil 20 minutes into the tie. Darkley breaking through.
And Darkley just loves playing against Tuga, it seems.
It's a really good drive as well from Pele, just to look for that finesse on the edge of the box. If you get given that time and room, Tuga, who's normally disciplined in that defensive area, to say, no, I'm not going to allow you to have any long-range shots, put that pressure on either way. But Darkley starting strong. Tuga looking to bounce back.
What a save.
I was just doing a bit of research before we went live today. Tuga has never not made out the group stages. That's his third FIFAe World Cup. And it looks like he will be continuing that fine run of form as he equalises the tie at 1-1 here. The Atletico Riders man has had a difficult couple of weeks, both in club and national 2v2 FIFA competitions.
Whipped in, Virgil van Dijk, green-timed header. It's all about the delivery on the button, it has to be said. And it could be in again here, Tuga.
Chance for Tuga to make it 2 goals to 1. All the time in the world. Nothing too fancy about that one. Just went to the right and found the smallest of areas to slide that past the goalkeeper.
The heel to ball roll there, just taking the angle away from the goalkeeper. It's so easy to just dance past them when you input that skill move, giving yourself that simple goal. To add on top of that as well, Richard, Zach Moore, Tex's coach, was talking about Tex hasn't really had the ability to get goals, cheap goals they call them, goals from corners, set pieces, almost out of nothing. That is something that Tuga has been completely opposite of. He is more than capable of finding goals from crosses, corners, set pieces, you name it, and that's what he did to get back into this game.
Let's have a look over to a matchup taking place between Di Fernandez and Mark 11. We've seen one Aussie in action already. That was Mike J against Tex, the other man from down under, up against a fellow Portuguese. 3 Portuguese players all in the same group. 2 Aussies and an Englishman. I'm not starting a joke. I just think for Michael Evan, you're probably looking at this group, you're thinking 2 wins, 6 points. You're looking nice.
Fernandez comes in, wins a corner, or not, puts the goal kick in the end. Looked to be a corner. Half-time results coming in. Mike J 0, Tex 0. This game also looks to be a 0-0 stalemate at the halfway point, as Michael Evan will play for his last chance of the game. He's had a promising last 3 weeks, with 2 knockout bracket runs in the E-Club and E-Nations before signing for FIFAe for this tournament. Let's jump back to Group A for a split second. 2 players playing in their first ever FIFAe World Cup. It was Berke Lyon who had his first shot on target. This is live, you're watching this game now. For Lex though, Alex, keen to get your thoughts on it. A really poor day for him yesterday. Scored 4 goals across his 5 matches. Has to be creating a lot more.
He does need to be creating a lot more. He's the player which I actually had down to top that group. I thought Lex was going to put in a fantastic performance, but not scoring enough goals, not creating the opportunities, and in doing so, picking up losses along the way. It's all about this first or second game. If he wants to make it out of this group and get through to the knockouts, he's got to start strong, start on that front foot, get yourself 3 points.
Well, if you look at the run he had yesterday, he drew his first game, won his second game, lost round 3 and 4, before closing out the day with another draw. That's 5 points he picked up from 15.
It's where it comes that case of saying we got 5 points on day 1. You can't really replicate that. Maybe going into day 2, yeah, 10 points in some cases can be enough for you to advance through into that knockout stage, but he'll just want to find 1 extra victory if he can, and that would really put him into the driving seat.
The other side, Berke Lyon, 18 years of age, first FIFAe World Cup, and a very decent virtual Bundesliga run this year. He was the runner-up to Antonio Redejo of FC Frankfurt. He obviously representing FC St. Pauli. Came into the playoffs with no fear. Qualified first to Colombian Brešec, 6 goals to 1. It was a confident victory in London.
Straight through the winners bracket as well. Didn't have to go down, just won his games and sort of what he said there, because he is young, because it is his first World Cup, he's playing with no real fear about this tournament. I think one thing when we spoke to Tex, he has those negative experiences and connotations when you talk about the World Cup because of being grouped on 2 separate occasions.
I want to get your thoughts, Richard. You mentioned there about young and first World Cup, and there's so many competitors here that are playing at the first ever World Cup. The age last year, the average age of players that were competing in this tournament was 22. This year, 20. Are we moving into a stage where we're going to get younger and younger and younger with these talents coming through?
Well, you would imagine so, simply given the fact that the entry to compete is 16, but you've got people like Anders, you've got people who, like Levy, playing in other cups, playing in other tournaments at 14, 15, and beating everybody. So as soon as you're eligible to play, it's not like when maybe Mike or Aga were playing, you would maybe not have that much experience playing against the top level players until you got eligible to play. Because of division rivals, because of the online cups that are constantly running, you could have already played against Standards, you could have already played against Tex and Stokes, everybody. There's no real fear about who you're playing against for the simple fact that you've had a year, 2 years of playing division rivals, of playing in numerous different tournaments, and already getting used to it.
Well, here's a stat for you. 12 players in this tournament. It's their first ever FIFAe World Cup, which goes to show, back to your point, the new wave of FIFA talent that's coming through. Let's jump over to Tex against Mike J. If you are a Tex fan, you'll be happy with his performance yesterday, but more importantly, his start to proceedings today here in his opener. He has broken the deadlock in the second half, and this was the goal that he did score. Ronaldinho find that one more pass back inside, but just getting down that danger area, Alex, where you can cause all sorts of problems.
It's one of the things that Tex excels at exceptionally well in that byline sort of area. He can keep the ball so tight with that tight dribbling. He's got pretty much every skill move nailed down to a T. So for Mike J in that area, you allow them to get in. It can be so difficult to try and stop in that tracks because you're trying to cover the passes. You can't leave Ronaldinho free. It's just something that Tex, once he's in there, will look to punish you time and time again.
And if results go against Mike J here, not only in this singular game, but in the other couple of matches, Abu Maka and Yuval Di Fernandez mark 11, he could find himself in a real tricky situation, sort of deserted at the bottom of the table.
If you remember how this game played out yesterday, Richard, it was 1-0 to Tex until late on to the time. Mike J did snatch an all-important equaliser. There has been a goal in the Di Fernandez mark 11 game. This attack does come in for Tex. I'm sure we'll leave it.
Oh, he gave him the space.
Good win. That from Mike J. Here's the goal that we missed. Di Fernandez leads Diogo Jota's esports organisation. The Portuguese FIFA Pro, one of 3 players that have made it to an E-World Cup from Portugal this year. That's the goal that he scored to lead. We jump over to Darkley against Tuga. And it's Tuga that's found a third. He's found his feet in day 2. He lost his tie yesterday. He looks to be a very different player this time round.
Very different indeed, and lovely footwork and the ability to just take it past that player, drive into that space and look for that cutback, giving yourself the easiest chance as you like. But the prep work there from Tuga, showcasing how, yes, he's got multiple ways to attack in his arsenal and putting himself on that front foot.
And what's dangerous for the rest of the competition, Tuga's scoring goals. Tuga's looking to get back to his form that has led him to the many debates as one of the best players of this sort of modern day FGS era. He's a serial qualifier. He always goes far in tournaments. He always seems to be good value for money. And over the last couple of weeks, we've not seen that from him. Now he just seems to have turned the page here.
When talking about Tuga as well, after 2 games yesterday, we were all sat here looking at one another and saying, surely it's not going to happen again. Grouped at the Club World Cup, grouped at the E-Nations. As Brandon mentioned, he has made it out of the group stage in the 2 1v1 World Cups that he has made so far. 3rd time, will he do it? And he's looking as if so. We have to give credit for him to just grind out, get those 3 wins yesterday, and putting himself onto a position where really he will secure himself at least a top 4 finish. As we jump over to Montaxa versus Stingray, which is currently in that first half.
Yeah, 2 players that had very different days yesterday. Montaxa rock bottom of this group as it stands. Stingray in his 2nd E-World Cup in back-to-back years, looking to go further than the round of 16. Let's leave this game, if we can, and jump over to an equaliser that we saw between Di Fernandez and Mark 11. You say equaliser, you know which way the goal's gone. It's gone towards FUTWIZ's newest Oceania signing, the Australian Mark 11. Had an unbelievable year. And this is the goal that he scored to pull himself back into the tie. That one is 1-1, into the pause we'll go. Let's jump around somewhere else. Yuval Belli against Abu Maka. I mean, I'm keen to get your opinions on this one, gents, because Yuval is the #1 ranked player in Europe. He's 4th as it stands right now, 6 points from 15. I feel like he's got a new gear to show us today to back up what we've seen online.
I think he has. I think everybody in this arena, if you would ask, who's one player that you should fear, from what we've seen online, it's Yuval. Yuval was the name that was getting bounced around between the players, coaches, staff, everybody here. But he just hasn't delivered on that so far.
Well, this will get the home crowd on their feet, because Abu Maka's looking for his first goal here in day 2 of the group stages. Unfortunately, runs into the defensive brick wall of Yuval Belli.
I don't want to be that guy, but maybe there's a conversation that's going to start floating around if Yuval does get grouped here. It was a disappointing performance last week with Israel. Maybe he's just a very good online player. It was a great performance from him at the playoffs, it has to be said. He beat Dossere in a penalty shootout. A real sort of top-class performance. However, when you compare the status that he has when he's been playing online, he's won a qualifier this year, he's #1 in the European region, arguably the most competitive region that we play. You would expect him to be making quarterfinals, making semi-finals. It just, the performance level just isn't equaling what we've seen from him.
And to paint the picture for people at home who might be sat there going, but what does it matter whether we're playing online or whether we come to a LAN event? What's the difference? Everyone sits there at home in their own comfort. You have the monitor the way that you want, you can sit the way that you want. Everything is just the way that you like, your comfort. When you come to a LAN event, it's very different. The lights are on, the cameras are on. commentators are talking, everybody's got that noise around them. You have a crowd here that's probably the loudest crowd we've ever had at a FIFA event. It's very different.
And also, I mean, connection plays a massive factor as well. Like, we're playing all over the European region. It has to be raised. And he plays much better in that environment, but he's still the person behind the sticks playing FIFA 23. So we know he's got that level. We know he has that ceiling to reach.
And to back that up as well, I actually believe that Yuval was travelling over to Milan to play all of his games with Team Makers, the Italian esports organisation he has signed for. Let's jump over to this one now. This is live, added time. It's going to be a 0-0. It's not great for either of the 2-point shed. The way this game was also a draw yesterday at 2-2. We've not had the 4 goals. Stingray has had a breakthrough in his game against Montaxa. It's not looking good in day 2 for the Italian, who's got 5 points from 18 as it stands right now. He needs a win. He ended his day with a big win, did Montaxa, up against Darkley, but unfortunately that's not to be the case over here. This is live shots from the game now, 56 minutes on the clock. Full-time results, Tuga beat Darkley 3-1. Tuga looks to be like he's on his way to a knockout stage again. 12 points on the board for him. Montaxa trying to find a way back through. Stingray defending well. He might be coachless, but doesn't seem to faze him as it stands right now. He'll win this game. He'll be on 11 points in this Group A.
You see exactly what Montax is trying to do in and around the box, that one-touch, quick passing, mixing in the driven passes, being a little bit more direct at times. However, Stingray, you've got to say, he's defended pretty well in this tournament thus far.
He conceded 5 goals.
Yeah, this be another clean sheet for him.
Up to this point, looks for another! Thank you very much! Stingray leads by 2-0.
We talk about Anders in that sort of area, looking for those step overs and being aggressive to drive into the 18-yard box. Stingray can deliver on that as well. Both of these 2 goals in this game against Montaxa come from no hesitation, looking to take the defender on. Soon as you get that angle, pull the trigger. Don't overcomplicate it. You've got Mbappe, you've got R9. Puts him 2-0 to the good, and what is going to be a fantastic group stage if he keeps us up. Over now to Yuval versus Abomaka. Breakthrough for both teams looking for that goal.
Well, one thing that we found out about Yuval yesterday is that he might score a few goals, but he also leaks quite a few of them too. Yesterday, he won this game 3-0. And then went on a bit of a run, lost to Tex, and lost to the hands of Mark 11, 4-0. He's had a topsy-turvy group stage, to say the least. Yuval looking for his first goal here. There's the step over into a finish. It's fortunate, but he won't care. Yuval finally finding his group form again, Alex, here.
Yuval taking a little bit of leaf out of Abomaka yesterday. The shot cancels just to take on the defenders. Yes, got a little bit fortunate with that bounce back. He won't mind though, he won't care. He needs a vital win here against Abomaka as we jump back over to Montaxa versus Stingray.
He's really struggled, Montaxa, to get, it looks to me just to get the pace of the game as well. Stingray is cooking right now.
Ooh. That first time layoff to find, I think it was Milinkovic-Savic at the top side of the box, just giving Montaxa no chance to get any sort of look in, any sort of footing to try and get a deflection in there. And you have to say, Brandon, that's going to be game, set, match.
Well, for a player that conceded 7 goals all day long yesterday, Montaxa, he's nearly on to concede half of those goals in one game. After a good night's sleep and a good breakfast. It's not been the start he would have wanted for Montaxa. Genoa Esports. It's his first FIFAe World Cup. It might be one that he'll want to forget. Stingray is on a different level as it stands now. Defending so well also. As a technical difficulty hits us in that one. We'll move across to another game that is currently live. 80 minutes on the clock in this one. Tex leads Mike J by a 1-0. Can we go out and say if he wins this game, he's through, done, 14 points on the board? Tex, you're through?
Yes.
Yes, 100%.
to not play with as much pressure on his shoulders in the group stage as compared to previous years. Maybe you could argue, if you look around this group, everyone else in the group's never been to an World Cup before. They've never felt this pressure. Corner. Played short. Tex will happily take another. Or alternatively take time out the game. Four minutes left. Game management now from Tex. It's not looking good for Mike J though, Richard, is it? 3 points now from 18.
He has struggled. It's a shame because, I mean, when you look at the way he conducts himself, you're rooting for him. Like you almost think, yeah, you can be a fan favourite. What if he does go on and perform really well? Would he potentially think twice about hanging up the controller, shall we say? But it's a great achievement to make a FIFAe World Cup.
Especially when the spots have gone down this year. Only 24 players can get here. As this game concludes, let's jump over to the other game and conclude that one. Tex has won. He looks to be through the group stages, 14 points. Let's conclude this one, because this for Mike J is a more important game, because D. Fernandez will be on 6 points. Mark will be on 7. Mike J will only be 1 win away from a couple of those players. It looks like it's going to end as a draw at 1-1. Or one more chance, Mark 11. Can he find a way through? No, that will do us.
It keeps Mike J in the running.
He's only 1 win.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I say 1 win. It's a big ask in this group, don't get me wrong, for a player that hasn't won a game yet. But Mike J, it's all to do for him. There's a couple of games still to conclude, but while we're waiting, I'm going to pass it back over to the couch to break down what we've seen. It looks like Tex is going through to the knockouts.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Thanks for taking us through then the first round of matches here on day 2. And I'm just going to echo what the boys said there. It looks, couch guys, like Tex is going through another 3 points there to add to his tally of yesterday when he topped that table. Pretty much can kind of sit back and relax and maybe figure out a different play style here.
I think he's definitely going for that first place because he knows what awaits him in the last 16. He want to come in shape and in form. So I think he's definitely going for that first place. I don't think he's going to slow down. I think we'll just make him more confident now.
I mean, Maya, you got through, didn't you, with, if you can hear me, X-Raptors Twisted Minds last year to the 3rd day here of the knockouts. How difficult is it to navigate these groups, these one leg of round-robin fixtures?
I mean, these kind of groups, you never can expect anything. You know, anything could happen depending on the circumstances. So it's usually just having to put all the work. And I think with Tex, I didn't think he's going to slow down. He's definitely going to go for first place. And also, getting first place is sending message to other groups that, hey, I'm first place, watch out for me. I didn't put my, didn't take any loses, I'm winning, so yeah.
We're talking about who he possibly faces as well, someone from Group D, and we know how stacked Group D is. I mean, Mar, I'm just going to jump back to you because you've just joined the couch. What have you seen of Group D and the players that are in that group?
I mean, I think it's group of death, as they
said.
Well,
it's the big group of death.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of surprises happening there. So we still have no clue who's gonna, qualify to the next round, which is more exciting.
I think with Group D in particular, if you're Tex, you don't want to play Yilmaz, you don't want to play Anders. And I would say that they're the early favorites to be first and second in that group. You can pick the order, but they've already got themselves into double digits. So now you have 3 competing for 2 with PH, Manu Bashor, and Nicholas. And I think if you're Tex again, you'd hate to go first in this group and then get Nicholas if he's able to work his way back in. I think he'd prefer the Manu Bashor or even the PH matchup. I think it's just more of a healthy matchup. But the big takeaway here for Tex, he's going to get out of the groups. We should say that. We talk about all his ability and all his accomplishments and achievements, but he's never gotten out of the group. This will be the first. 14 points is enough.
Well, someone else then who is getting out of the groups, Mike Lavelle, is with Spen right now.
Yes, I am here with Tuga, who's just made it 4 wins in a row after 2 defeats to open yesterday. It's safe to say you found your rhythm.
Yeah, I think so. I'm starting playing well yesterday. Right now, in this game against Darkley, I played really good, and I hope to continue to play like this in the next game.
Sitting top of the group, there's one man just behind you, 1 point less. His name's Stingray. You play him next. How important is that game to top this group?
I think it's really important. Like if I win Stingray, I'll be 4 points. It will be a gap of 4 points, and probably with 3 games left, I just need to win 2 more games or one game and a draw to be top of the group, which will be like amazing to be top of the group of this game. And this group, I think it has really potential, and being top of the group, it will be great.
What do you know about Stingray's play style? How do you feel that it differs from yours? And have you had many games against each other before?
Yes, he's really good offensive. To be honest, in the previous matchups, besides this one we played yesterday, I beat him all the time, but yesterday he beat me, so I want to get a little bit of revenge from yesterday because he beat me like 4-1. Although it was a tight game for me, he got the win. I think he deserved it as well because he played good, but right now it's my time, hopefully, to get a win against him.
We talked yesterday about the changes you made after the 2 defeats and how you're able to innovate and come up with new ideas. Is it very much that the play style you now have is the one you're going to go with for the rest of the tournament, or are you still innovating?
Right now, I'll just keep with my play style because, I mean, 4 wins in a row, playing like I'm playing. If I play not too good, but getting a win, I think that is all it matters. So if I'm playing bad and probably get a draw or a lose, so something has to be changed, because if you lose or draw, you need to adapt, you need to overcome the difficulties, and I'll do it so that I can be top of the group and hopefully get into the knockout stages.
Okay, best of luck in your next game. Stingray next. It's a big one. Tuga versus Stingray. You could argue the winner will win this group. Both players, I expect, to probably make it out of the group, though. Rachel, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I mean, exactly, though, isn't it, what Stingray was saying? He said, yeah, I'm ranked 126 in the world, but don't worry. I really managed to kind of play my best FIFA when I get here. And that was proof. Obviously, Tuga just said, I always beat Stingray when we're practicing. Stingray beat Tuga 4-1 yesterday. But we have a resurgent Tuga right now. He's sitting at the top with 12 points. Are you expecting, Aggie, this away fixture, as we call it, to go in Tuga's favour now?
I think it's very close between those two. I mean, history speaks for itself. I think Tuga won the majority of the games, and Stingray's been a bit like, at least on the social media, like it's a Tuga curse, which doesn't only go for him. I had that curse as well. I couldn't beat him no matter how many times I tried. So it's a really tight one, and I'm not sure which direction it's going.
Ma, did you have a Tuga curse as well? Have you ever played Tuga?
No, unfortunately I haven't, and I'm glad I haven't. But yeah, just to comment on that, I think Tuga might win it, because as a professional, when you get a second chance, you would see another plans, try to see any gaps, and I think I'll go with Tuga this time.
The Tuga of old is back, isn't he, Mike?
For sure, and maybe more importantly here is that, again, 12 points, I'd say he's getting out of Group A. And if there's been a critique across the couch, we talked to Brandon, we talked to Richard, we talked to Alex, it's always been kind of, he's not a good two-legged player, or he's not a good, single elimination player. He needs to be in these two-legged affairs. Well, now he's going to get himself into that two-legged format that you talked about, and we've already seen him as a world champion. Why not build on a little bit of that 1v1 action?
Well, he's got Stingray next. Spen just alluded to that, but Alex is standing by to break down some of Tuga's goals thus far.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of Tuga's goals that we've seen so far throughout this day too. Yesterday, he started off a little bit poorly, but then picking up 3 massive wins, and he's carried that into today. Let's jump into one of the goals which I wanted to bring to your attention. Now, it's no surprise that it starts off with Tuga saying, I want to look to send Milinkovic-Savic all the way into the box. That's originally what Tuga wanted to go for. Davis just has that time and space out on that wing to then look for that cross. You can see that Milinkovic-Savic is about to beat that defensive line. He goes for the cross, but unfortunately for Tuga, it doesn't go where he wanted it to. It ends up falling over to Henry. Bellingham then wins that header, and now this is where we're seeing something a little bit different from Tuga so far today, which is managing to excel past his opponents. And it's just saying, look, I've got that opportunity to maybe look to drive into that 18-yard box. Can I take that on? The lovely left stick dribbling to take out that defender, the step overs, and right now, if you look where Henry is actually facing, well, it's this way. He needs to get into a position to be able to look to play it across into that 18-yard box. And how does Tuga do that? He does that with the fake shot. Just square an X and then the ball roll to open up that angle, and then as easy as you like, looking for that pass off across. It works to a T, and Tuga looking to deliver on that as well. We mentioned time and time again how Tuga can get those goals from the corners. The beautiful thing for Tuga here is that he has height in that attack. Who do we have? We have Van Dijk. We also have Milinkovic-Savic, which we can look for in the 18-yard box, and De Ligt as well. Manually selecting to then come over, and Van Dijk will be unchallenged, green time just to top that off as well. And then as we move across and see another goal from Tuga, just a simple 1-2. The defending questionable a little bit from Darkley, just giving him that time and space, and then that heel to ball roll. This is simple FIFA for Tuga by just saying, okay, I've got 2 players, I don't really have anyone else with me. Let's just look for a 1-2. Let's send them on a run by tapping L1, and then we can see Mbappe just looking for that 1-2 nice and easily, and as simple as that. In behind, again, defending from Darkley, a little bit questionable, but either way, it's a brilliant, brilliant chance for Tuga to heel to ball roll past the goalkeeper and get that goal. So it's a brilliant day from Tuga so far. We'll have to see if he can continue it as well, but I believe we're going to jump back into this Juval game.
We are just going to bring you these last couple of games here from the rounds. A few technical pauses here. Juval versus Abu Maka, and Montaxa up against Stingray. We've got 17 minutes left to play here in this one. Juval leading 1-0. Stingray was 3-0 up against the Italian Montaxa as well. The second round of action will be getting underway as soon as these 2 games have concluded.
Yep, these are the only 2 left in round 1. Looks as if it's going to be smiles again for Juval. We won this game 3-0 yesterday. Might not have scored 3 goals, but currently on his way to another win in this group. He won 2 games yesterday, then it all went downhill. Scored 9 goals, conceded 12. He had the leakiest defence across most of the groups, to be brutally honest. Conceded a lot of goals. Abu Maka, it was a slow start for him, but then suddenly he got moving. 8 points yesterday. He's the man that sits just behind Tex. As a pause comes in for Abu Maka. Many have argued that he is the next Asari. Mar said, though, if it's not a World Cup victory, it's just more of a good effort.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at this group as well, do you think like the pressure as well from Abu Maka to perform? When you looked at the last couple of tournaments with Twisted Minds Raptors, he had a team around him. With Saudi Arabia, he had a team around him. Now it's just him. Now he's the solo player representing this capacity crowd here in Riyadh.
Free kick for Juval. Aiming it away, as we said. The headline news really is that Tuga's winning games. He's on 12 points and Tex is on 14. Keep in mind the likes of Anders Vergang, Nicholas, everyone else is competing later today. Here's Juval looking for a second. Milinkovic-Savic is trying to find a way to manoeuvre around the box. Does well to take more time out of the game. It's clever FIFA from Juval.
It's a big 3 points as well for Juval in this group. We talked previously about him maybe not showing the form we expected to see, given his accolades this season. 1 win is all you need just to get the ball rolling.
Last chance of the game. Juval probably will to take time out of the tie. Doesn't need a second. Dispossessed again, added time to follow. Abu Maka, no, won't have one more chance because it's a poor pass.
All the way home.
There's your added time. Long ball forward, and it should be a big 3 points on the board. That's 9 points now from 18 from Juval after a poor ending to yesterday. He is back on form for day 2. Juval will beat Abu Maka. And it continues to shake up the group a little bit more because Juval will change places with Abu Maka. Abu Maka on 8 points, Juval 9. And there's the full-time whistle there as we pass it back to the couch. All matches concluded other than Montaxa against Stingray. They are still in a technical pause.
Well, a great start then for Yuval here on day 2, and he's one of those players from Israel who have shown their class over the last couple of seasons in FIFA, and he's one of those players that has told us just how focused he is heading into this World Cup.
We played A Nations last week. We were the best team, I think, in groups. In knockouts we came and we lost the first round, so it was really sad. We were the favorite because we won the European playoffs as well, the qualifiers. But we played Italy, so I knew it was going to be hard. A 50-50 game, but we missed a lot of chances. And, you know, in FIFA, if you miss, you concede as well. So they just scored everything and they won. For me, the World Cup is my first 1v1 World Cup, so that's the most important tournament. Like, basically, it's the biggest tournament ever. I really waited for this, so I just try to focus now on the 1v1. I finished first in Europe in rankings this year, so I think it's really a test for me in the biggest tournament. Every player is good in the World Cup, so you don't have an easy game, but yeah, probably Tex is the hardest in the group. But yeah, I don't care like if someone says I'm favorite or not favorite. I just try to win the matches, so yeah, I try to focus on myself, you know, not what others says or expect.
Well, he said Tex is one of the toughest in the group, and he lost, didn't he? 2-0 to Tex yesterday. But that is yesterday. We always talk about different days of FIFA being completely different competitions as well. Alex Nagy, I'm going to come to you on this one. He's obviously got that #1 in Europe ranking attached to his back. Some players thrive on that, some don't. Yuval, being quite new, ranked #1 in Europe, how do you think that's affecting him?
He seems unaffected in terms of the way he's approaching it, the way he's talking, but I'm just going to throw it out there. There's a massive difference between being the best online and then actually coming to an event. I mean, he's a really talented player, but if you don't have that experience, it's very rare that you just come straight into a first World Cup or LAN event that just performs excellent. So there will be losses as well, as we've been seeing in the group, but overall, when he hits his top level, he's a really, really good player.
Alex, do you think it's time for one of these players from Israel that we keep bigging up to show the form they have online and on the rankings?
Yeah, definitely. And there's a player that's capable of doing that. It is going to be Yuval, as we take a look at where he sat right now throughout the group stage and his performances. One question I want to throw to you, Aggie. We mentioned this over on the casting desk where we were talking about being at online qualifiers, playing in the comfort of your own home, and then coming to here at a LAN event. How does that actually differ for the players? What makes it tougher? Why do some players thrive at home and maybe not so much at a LAN event? Not saying that is Yuval, but just in general.
It's the circumstances, basically. First and foremost, there is the crowd here, which can affect you. There's a lot of sounds, a lot of different things to adjust to, and even the chair, small things, means a lot. It's routines, and they change when you're coming to a World Cup, including actually being here, knowing that this is it, I have to perform here. It's very underrated, and it's not just something you convert from being an online player to an offline player.
Routines, Mark, come on, talk to me about routines. Did you have one? Do you have one when you play matches?
Well, yeah, surprisingly I do, and mine is just not eating, being hungry, and being in a cold weather. That's me. I mean,
wow.
Yeah.
That is quite the different superstition. I want to be hungry and I'm not going to eat before a match. I didn't expect that. Go on, you have to go into that.
So he's got to be hungry on the virtual pitch and hungry in real life. They're going together, it correlates.
And then if you win, what's your treat wheel then? What do you treat yourself with?
Nothing, because the job is not done. So
Okay.
usually don't get celebrated too quick because it's not finished yet. So I would just wait until the end and then I'll celebrate. And I reward myself with a big happy meal of whatever.
He's got to earn the meal. Is what I'm hearing.
I like that.
Earn the meal.
Definitely.
I like that. Mike, I bet you had some superstitions back in the day.
I always tried to eat light. I didn't want to have to run back and forth to the restroom. You have additional nerves when you come into these events. And to what August was saying, a big part of the massive difference is just the fact that you have all this time before you step on a stage, before you get into a matchup, and a lot of times you psych yourself out, and that's a big difference between online and offline. You have all this comfort at home. You get up, you walk to your office, or if it's in your bedroom, or if you go to an office space, you're ready to go. This is not like that. You have us talking about everything that's happening. We're critiquing you. We're saying you're doing fantastic, or you're struggling, or you're hot and cold. Like Yuval, that's probably the one critique we've had. When he looks good, he looks fantastic. And we got a lot of compliments and superlatives. When he looks bad, he's losing big.
Well, let's talk about someone who did get a loss in that first round, and it's your man, of course, Abimaka as well. Only 1-0, but he did get the victory, didn't he, over that same player yesterday. Talk to me about that.
Well, definitely losing the first round, it's not a big deal. We still have 4 rounds.
I'm going to correct 2-0. Obviously, that one was stop and start as well, so 2-0.
Yeah, as I was saying, losing the first round, still it's not finished. You still have 4 chances. Just get 2 wins maybe, and win or draw, and then you'll manage to qualify for the next round.
How tight as well is the Saudi FIFA community over here? Do you guys kind of play together, train together? What's it like?
Definitely. I mean, we usually make groups, we stay in contact, we train together. Just having a good connection to all of us, I think that's a good thing to do.
Do you do additional maybe boot camping? Because we talk so much about
camps.
Yeah, well, because there's online practice, and then of course you guys have the ability here to get together before traveling to an event. Of course, if it's happening in Riyadh, even easier. But is that something that's also happening where you get together and you go to an HQ and you actually play in person and try to prepare for what it looks like in a LAN environment?
Definitely we'll do that, and we give it some time, give it a try, and that's how we build the communication together and connection.
What do you think, Mar, has been key to Saudi having not one but 2 world champions in the form of Mr. Dunn and MS Desari?
I think giving it a lot of training, a lot of effort. Basically, I think Aggie would have a lot of thoughts on that.
Aggie, I asked Mar, he's thrown it well back over this way. What was key to 2 Saudi world champions, do you feel?
I mean, like, we had Mr. Dunn, Abdulaziz Al-Shiri, who came in and played a lot of these online competitions. So he had international practice, and he came in with a different way of playing that shocked the entire FIFA world, and he went up winning the FIFAe World Cup. And then MS Desari came and conquered, you can say. So I think it's a lot about just naturally gifted, but also working hard and having the right routines and the right mental aspect going into the competitions.
Well, as it stands then as well, Abimaka has just dropped down to 3rd in Group A, but let's have a look then at Group B at the moment, because there's still one match in Group A that hasn't finished. That is Montaxa taking on Stingray. 3-0 as that one stands. We're just approaching the 80th minute. It's about 10 minutes left to play there. But Group B then, well, Tech's on 14 points. That surely is enough to see him not be grouped this year. Remember, he's been grouped in his last 2 World Cup campaigns. Yuval then on 9 points after that big win against Abimaka, who now sits in 8th. Mark 7th. D. Fernandez 6th, and Mike J 3 points. Hasn't added to that tally from yesterday. That's how that group looks so far. Anyone expecting that to change that much heading into the last 4 rounds?
There's still plenty of FIFA to be played. I think Mark and D. Fernandez have got to try and keep up that momentum that they've got. When you're looking at Mike, D. Fernandez has got hit that pressure on from him behind as well. Mike's still within that shout as we jump back over to this match of Montaxa and Stingray, where we've had a few technical difficulties in this, back and forth between the teams, and Stingray with a convincing win, you would say, Aggie.
Yeah, just adding another one there, or was it just adding another one there, Stingray. Looking sharp as well. It's going to be an interesting matchup, because you would often say when Stingray and Tuga is playing against each other, it's offense against defense, but Tuga's been scoring a lot of goals as well throughout these 2 days here, so a really exciting matchup.
Yeah, it is. Definitely, and I'm looking forward to that one, which is kicking off, hopefully, in a short little while, Rachel.
You even say 4 goals is even more impressive when it's been such a stop-start fixture.
Well, he's also going up, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Montaxer, but he's been the most out-of-form player in that group, if you're looking at Group A, and somebody that really needs to start getting wins on the board. Comes into this 5 points, going to stay on 5 points. He's just running out of availability in order to have some additional movement.
Can he find anything? Can he do anything? What does he need to do now, if anything?
I haven't seen enough, and a lot of it's been on the defensive end, which concerns me because I know this is a cliche, but it's because there's truth there. Defense wins championships. We've seen a lot of people not play their best FIFA, but still inch out results. And even the likes of Tuga or Nicholas are two guys that are professionals at doing that. And Montaxer's giving up goals. He's not holding on to leads. These are big problems and things that he has to fix now. He doesn't have time to work with.
Similar narrative with Lex as well, isn't it, in that group? Sitting in 5th place after 6 rounds, but was actually really good in defence yesterday. We kind of saw that. He only let in 5, but yet couldn't convert that great defensive record into any wins and picking up any points, Alex.
Yeah, and it's difficult when you're defending fairly well and you're just not scoring the goals, you're picking up draws here and there. It's about trying to change that momentum in your favour, and it's a difficult thing to do purely because of the aspect of when it comes to having good defensive record and not conceding too many goals, it can be maybe where chances where you maybe could go forward and look to score. You go, okay, I'll recycle back because you don't want to run that risk of maybe being caught on the counter-attack. So you have to explore a little bit, have a little bit more freedom in that play style, and hopefully that if the opponent does counter, you're good enough in that defence when it comes to it.
Yeah, Lex, again, we were talking a little bit about him. He's this new wave of possibly French players as well, because there's some big, big names from the French esports organisation who are missing. Again, the fact that he's coming in as this new player, is that shaking things up? We didn't see him in the national side, but how do you read into that, the fact that he qualified over the likes of Fuma and the Peixoto brothers, Aggie?
I think it's hard to compare. There's a lot of aspects in 2 versus 2 that's not necessarily, just because you're a good 1 versus 1 player doesn't make you the best 2v2 player. And I think in France, where I have so many good players, it's been a difficult chore for Brian, who's the coach of France, and he went with the safe choice, I guess, because he knew what he was going to get from these 3 players. It was experience, they've been there before, they played together. And I think that's some of the aspects you're looking at as a coach coming into a 2v2. But he is a part of the new French wave, which is quite similar to the older one. I'll say it's very flow-based. There's a lot of skill moves, a lot of great passing, and also a lot of possession play.
And in Brian's defense as well, it worked. France was top 4 in E-Nations. That was a great 2v2 partnership, the combination with Fuma. When you have the genetic blessings of 2 brothers that play at that level, why wouldn't you take advantage?
Were you surprised that more French players didn't qualify for this World Cup? Both of you, really?
I would even say some of the Germans. We don't have the big-name Germans in action either. And again, Tex was talking about this when he had his VO and even an interview with Spencer, but there's a lot of new players, new faces, big nations, guys that are hungry. They're not eating like Mar. They're fasting while playing FIFA, and they're getting results. We're going to see shifts. It is what it is. There's not that many spots.
Alex, I'm going to put you on the spot because I know you gave me a couple of facts yesterday. I hope you can remember some. You were telling me a little bit about the age of these players. We're talking about some of the new players coming in, and you found a couple of stats online, didn't you, about kind of the age range now the players play at the World Cup?
Yeah, so last year, I was reading this from a tweet, last year the average age for every player that was playing in the World Cup was 22. This year, we're now looking at 20. It was a conversation. It was very interesting seeing Edu get involved in that. One of the coaches from Team Heretics in the past as well. Just saying about how the new wave that's coming through, they're almost fearless. And you mention it, Mike mentioned it. We say all the time about age and how relevant is it in FIFA. It's like these 16 and 17-year-olds. They live and breathe FIFA. While maybe some of the older players that have been around, done it so much, are they practicing as much? Have they got the discipline? They've got contracts to fulfill where they have to then go in on a content side of things. So it certainly does change things. And I think over the years, me and Richard were saying about it, probably next 2-3 years, it wouldn't be a surprise to see the average age at 16, 17 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to bring you guys in on that. The fact that we think maybe the older you get, there are more distractions, let's call it, and you're not just dialed in on a game. If you're younger, you know, you're living with your parents still, that is what you live and breathe.
I mean, I wouldn't agree much on that. I mean, last year I played with my teammate, with Anka Abushog. He was almost, I would say, 30 years old. And he still managed to qualify to the World Cup, so nothing is impossible. Of course, most of the players are young, 17, 18, they're new. But I think we have some old players that doing really good with good experience that they have.
Shout out to Stokes
as well.
Can we just shout out to Stokes?
Yeah.
29 years young. What's up, Stokes? More than a decade in the game.
Maybe there are less
Turning
distractions
30
then in
soon.
Saudi and the UK. Who knows? Anyway, right, let's just clear up then, shall we, the round 6 fixtures from Group A. We saw Group B a short while ago. Here we go. So Stingray finished. That was what we were waiting for. So Tuga then on 12 points. 4 wins on the bounce after losing his first 2 fixtures. That's something special there we're seeing. Stingray then 11, Berke Lion 9, Darkly 6. We were just chatting about Lex and Montaxa. This new wave possibly of players, 6 and 5 between them. They're still in it. We're not kind of writing them out yet, but they haven't got out of those 5th and 6th positions yet.
The only takeaways I really have in these two groups at the moment, Tuga, Stingray, I think they've done enough. Worst case scenario, get themselves into 4th. Tex, same situation, but almost everywhere else, there's still room for a lot of movement and in some cases maybe a disaster. You're sitting in a position now where you're in 3rd or 4th place, and that could unfortunately trend down for you, but it also has optimism on the other end. If you're sitting in 5th or 6th, there's still enough points available, and we've had some draws, we've had some results. They didn't knock you out. They didn't eliminate you. You still have a lot of hopes, dreams, ambitions. The storyline is still there. There's a narrative for you.
Mara, I'm going to put you on the spot here. We always go between us lot. We go, how many points do you need to get through? And we can't really agree on a number here. How many points did you get to get through last year, and what do you think the point tally will need to be this year?
I mean, last year was just, I don't know, just roller coaster. Like the first day we went off really good, like 4 wins, a draw and a lose. We were on top of the group. And the second day we started off really bad. So we had to qualify in the last round, and we thought that we needed a win to qualify, but we scored the last minute and we didn't celebrate because we thought that the draw took us out.
I remember it was drama in Copenhagen for you guys.
It was insane. We never thought that we had like a delay celebration qualify. I think that even made it more nice to qualify as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, we talk about that all the time, don't we? Day 2 is a completely different day here at the World Cup. Right, well, we've had some technical difficulties. Like I've already said to you, we're trying our best behind the scenes to fix these. So for the time being, we're going to have a 30-minute break, and then we'll be back, we hope, with round 7 of FIFA from A and B groups. A lot of FIFA still to be played, but we're going to go off air for 30 minutes. So we'll see you guys at home in a short while. Goodbye for now.
he's gone. I won't waste another one. Oh, darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, my sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape. Oh, my sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape. Friday dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
Well, hello, let's get this party restarted here at the FIFAe World Cup Day 2. It is second day of the group stages, and before that little technical break, we did see a little bit of action from groups A and B. We hope they're ready to go because we are here in the studio. The fans are ready as well. The noise is already being brought here in the arena by all the local fans. You can hardly hear yourself think. And right on cue, they settle down because they are ready for this first matchup. FIFAe Lion there, he's up first. For you guys to enjoy at home. We have so many more fixtures, of course. We've just played 1 out of the 5 on day 2 for A and B. 4 more still to bring you this evening. Let's just remind everyone then, if you did miss a little bit earlier of the results from that first round of fixtures, FIFAe Lion Lex 0-0, Darkley 1-3, Tuga won that one. Great result for Tuga, that was his 4th win on the bounce after losing his first 2 yesterday. And then Stingray Montaxa, that had a couple of pauses in it as well. So for Stingray to win that one 4-0 was quite the achievement. Group B then, well, Tex defeated Mike J 1-0, Di Fernandez and Mark 1-all, and Yuval 2-0 to the local lad Abu Makar. Let's look then at the tables from groups A and B after 6 rounds. Well, Tuga then, after 4 wins on 12 points, Stingray 11 close behind, FIFAe Lion 9, Darkley 6, as is Lex, Montaxa on 5 points. Group B then, Tex still leads the top of that standings on 14, Yuval 9, Abu Makar 1 point behind on 8, Mark 1 point behind still on 7, still in that 4th position, which takes you through to tomorrow. Di Fernandez 6 and Mike on 3. Right, round 7 is where we begin then. Tonight, Lex Montaxa, that's first up. FIFAe Lion Darkley, Tuga Stingray. That's the big one, isn't it, Mike?
Actually, I'm more dialed on Lex and Montaxa because they've been struggling.
Bottom of the table there.
We can already, at least in my mind, Tuga and Stingray are safe. They're going to make it out of this group. What position, we'll find out as time goes on. But Lex and Montaxa are still fighting for that right to potentially push maybe a 4th initiative.
For me, I guess I want to see if Tuga can beat Stingray after Stingray beat him 4-1 yesterday.
And he's been on fire.
He has been on fire.
Tuga's 4 for 4, 3 to close out yesterday, and then 1 to start today, upsetting, or maybe not upsetting, but beating his counterpart, Darkley, another Portuguese player.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a look then at round 7 of Group B as well, because we have all these games running at the same time. Tex, Yuval, big matchup there. Mike J, Di Fernandez. Mike J still on the bottom of the table with 3 points. He needs to start getting some wins. A draw's not going to be enough at this stage. And then Mark 11 and Abu Makar is the final fixture in Group B. Right, boys, we hope we're going to see some great action. It's tough, isn't it, having to wait and having to kind of play backstage, but we heard a lot of noise. I think there was a table tennis tournament going on, possibly. Is that the kind of thing you'd like to do, Aggie, just to distract you?
Yeah, I think it's a nice way to just relax and get your thoughts somewhere else while waiting. Yeah, I think it's a good way of just relaxing and trying to, chill a bit.
Alex, as a coach, is that your role as well, to try and keep them relaxed and try and chill them out during these pauses?
Yeah, the role of a coach is for them to be communicating with FIFA, the admins, get an idea of what's going on. Tell your players to just go and relax, play some ping pong, have some food, and just get ready whenever the games resume.
Yeah, exactly. Again, we hear, don't we? Some players don't really like to eat much food. It's kind of about being fresh and as on the ball as possible. And sometimes, you know what happens? You get that post-dinner dip and it all goes downhill, Mike.
It's all about trying to keep what's closest to your routine. We talked a lot to Mar about that, and routines are important.
Well, your big one, Mike, is underway. Montaxa taking on Lex has started. So let's hand over to Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, back underway for round 2 of the FIFAe World Cup. Apologies for the small technical difficulties. We are fighting our way through some issues on the ground here. Lex against Montaxa is underway, and each matchup is kicking off slightly staggered behind the other. Tex against Yuval has also kicked off here, Richard, but for Lex and Montaxa, they were looking for a better start here in day 2 because neither player has scored a goal yet.
Absolutely so. Really, just intrigued to see what we see over the next 15-20 minutes. See how these games start to take shape and really who can pick up when you have a bit of a lengthy break, Brandon. It's all about the mentality. It's all about how you can keep yourself warm, keep yourself ticking over mentally, and just really adapting to any situation that you might find yourself in. For me, there's a massive game in this group. It's a top of the table clash. Let's have a quick look in on Tex and Yuval. See how both of these two are starting to line up here. 0-0 across all the games so far.
Well, I joked around to Tex earlier in the break saying, look, you could put your controller down and you'll be going through to the group. It might be that you'll finish 4th in the group, which if he did finish 4th in the group, which I know he's not going to, he would be playing against Anders Vergan on current form in the round of 16. Tex looking to break through on the first attack. He won this game yesterday 2-0. He's looking to win it again. Tex leads Yuval by a 0-0.
Doesn't matter if there's a break or not for Tex. He is on a man, truly on a mission here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and he wants to end his mission lifting the FIFAe World Cup aloft. Yeah. He's talked about getting out of the groups. He's talked about just making sure that he's in the bracket play. If he goes into that knockout bracket, #1 seed from his group, and really putting down a marker, maybe I'll see 1 or 2 players competing with him on his day.
We heard Stingray talk about this game earlier yesterday. He said that Tuga's so good defensively, but was able to put 4 past him, which he did do. He won the game 4-1 yesterday. Difference is, though, Tuga has started today in a better run of form, but so has Stingray. Scored quite a few goals in his opening matchup, scored 4 of them.
Bit of a quiet customer, has Stingray. He's not been given the emotion that we expected to see thus far, but it is only groups.
Well, let's jump around. There's been another goal in the Tex matchup. Tuga looking to find a way through another big save from Stingray's goalkeeper. Definitely a more attacking Tuga we're seeing today in this best-of-1 format. We said there was a goal. It's Yuval that's equalised from Team Makers. It's #1 in Europe versus #2 in Europe going head-to-head in this group. It's a fortunate finish, but Yuval Belli's not going to be moaning about that.
Doesn't matter how it comes around, as long as that ball ends up in the back of the net. You were talking about Tuga and sort of him losing 2, winning 4. I said to him, just as we're on that bit of a break there, Tuga, I'll be honest, mate, I felt like you were in a bit of a tricky situation where, oh yeah, me too. I was worrying a little bit. And it's just classic. It's classic Tuga, really, to come back, win 4 in a row, get 12 points, and not mathematically through, but you'll be one of those 4 teams you would imagine, if you were hedging your bets, to be in the knockouts.
He did say on social media yesterday that you can never count him out after losing his first 2 games, as we said, one on a run to win his next 3. He also won his first one today. He's on 12 points in this group currently. Di Fernandez against Mike J. There's been a goal over in that game. Big match because those two are near the bottom of the pile in the group. Mike J yet to win a game.
Must win.
Where's the goal gone? If you're a Mike J fan, look away, because Di Fernandez took the lead in that game. Diogo Jota's esports player. That was after 15 minutes. It was Jude Bellingham continuing his run. There's also been a second goal in that game too. Di Fernandez looking to put those wrongs right this time round. Currently, as we said, was on 5 points yesterday, looking to add some more onto the tally.
And what he's doing right now, he's almost eliminating Mike J from the conversation. He's just putting a little bit too much distance between Mike J and the rest of the pack, and you see that second goal as it was scored right there. He needs to press, he needs to do everything he can in his powers in order to turn this game around. Lex Montax are about to go into half-time, so we'll not go to that game as it currently stands. You're pointing to me, Brandon. Where do you want to go?
Let's go over to Mark Abu Maka. If we can jump over to that matchup now, the hometown hero. There's been a goal in the game. Which way has it gone? It's gone the way of the Aussie. Mark 11 taking the lead 5 minutes into the game. Team Footwiz looking to make it through to the knockout stage and again have a late run in the tournament. Abu Maka trying to find a way through. Yesterday when they played this game, did it as a 1-1 draw. Half-time, as you said, Lex against Montag, so that is 0-0. Di Fernandez leading Mike J, 2 goals still. Tex against Yuval does remain at 1-1. Here's Abu Maka again. Looking for that all-important equaliser, big save from the goalkeeper, goes for a corner. Let's go into the closing stages, if we can, of Tuga against Stingray. That's a half-time, nearly. It's about 43rd minute into the game. Still 0-0 between these two. I have a strong feeling, Richard, it definitely won't be a 4-1 sweep this time for Stingray.
And you look at this game, given the position in the table of both of them, a point's not a bad result either way. Sort of a top of the table clash. You establish the position at the top, whether if it is a draw, whoever wins, I mean, would find themselves in a great position to potentially go on and top this table. But I wouldn't be surprised if that did finish 0-0 between Tuga and Stingray. We're about to enter half-time here between Tex and Yuval. It was a quick reply from Yuval, but there's not been too much since.
Not too much to talk about. Into half-time we do go slowly. Half-time here. There's been another goal in Di Fernandez, Mike J's game. Which way has it gone? Is it 3 for Di Fernandez? No, it's a goal back for Mike J. A player that is fighting to keep his tournament alive. He's very much back in the tie. That game's not even at half-time yet. That was just before the 40th minute. Melbourne City back in the game.
Big goal as well for Mike J. Before half-time, start to build yourself into the game. I just say that, and Di Fernandez has a huge chance. Cuts it back with the driven pass. He wasn't able to find a finish and didn't even get a corner for his troubles. Did Di Fernandez.
Closing stages of the first half. In this one. After this one, we will jump across to Lex against Montag. So just to quickly check in for two players that haven't scored a goal yet today. They had very different games in their opener here. Montag's lost 4-0. And Lex drew 0-0. So a change in pace of the game would be nice. 60 minutes gone here. It's a long time not to score a goal, Rich.
I also think, just given the state of play today, what we've been, sort of how the day's been going, I'm not reading too much into that first round. It's almost like you play a game and then it's a hard reset and now we're back underway. You would much rather lose your first game and then win your second, given how today has started taken shape, and now you can start to build a little bit of confidence. For Montaxa, I mean, him against Stingray was 3-0 down for a long period of that game. He conceded a late goal as well to make it 4 for the Englishman.
I mean, we have to talk about it. The break in play, especially in that round one where there was game stopping and starting again. No fault of anyone's here, but as a player, you just can't really get in a groove, can you? Long break in play, and now you're back slightly cold maybe for round two. Abu Maka looking to build into that. Nicely done. Oh, this is nice from Abu Maka!
Some goal.
Top quality FIFA from the local hero here. And one thing you can't fault is that support, Richard. Even when we were in a break and we weren't on air, they were singing. They were just keen for some FIFA to get started again.
Absolutely. It's a fabulous goal. It's one touch all around the box. Very similar to what Texie is doing right here. Lovely, very slight left bit of left stick dribbling there, moving his body, lays it into the path of the attacking player, and Tex finds himself 2-1 up to the good. All the games in this Group B, 2-1 Tex, 2-1 Di Fernandez. Will we get a 2-1 scoreline between Michael Levin and Abu Maka? Potentially so.
Tex looking unbelievable at the moment. He is grooving. He is moving towards the knockout stages. If he keeps playing like this, 17 points on the boards.
playing really well. He's playing really, really well, is Tex in this Group B. We've had an opening goal. You asked for a goal between Lex and Montaxa, and it's gone the Frenchman's way. Not too long left to play in that game either.
It sounds crazy, Richard, but in 7 games of FIFA, that is the 6th goal that Lex has scored. He has struggled to find the back of the net, not just today, but yesterday also. Had some problems created in the final third. It's the Olympique Lyon, the only French player here representing France. In the FIFAe World Cup, Mike J against Di Fernandez. Time is ticking away, and so is his tournament status. He's not able to pull through on this game. Is he able to find an equaliser now, potentially? Mike J looking to build. Jude Bellingham. Ball falls back kindly. R9 back to Pele. Again, good defensive work from Di Fernandez.
He's done well there. The roulette, he just didn't get the animation on the shot that he wanted to. Almost, the ball was stuck behind his player as he exited that roulette. All the other games, either at half-time or currently in a pause at this current juncture. There was a big game at the top of Group A between Stingray and Tuga. It could be a chance here for Di Fernandez, Mike J in the way. Which way did it go?
Yeah, Tuga Stingray. This was 4-1 yesterday to Stingray. It might not be 4-1 now, but it's the same player that is on top. Little cheeky ball over the top. One more pass that no one sees other than him. Stingray leads by a goal to nil. There's about 22 minutes left in that game.
That reverse pass is really, really delicate. Just dinking it over the top of the fullback, getting on the overlap, and it's very simple in the end cutback for Stingray. Stingray is, I know we're only watching the groups at this moment, but he is slowly but surely starting to make a little bit of a run in this competition, and the way that he's playing as well, I think he looks much better than he did last year.
I was going to say, what do you think he's learned from last year?
Consistency. He was poor last year on the first day. On the second day, he came out and got huge wins. I also think last year maybe came in with a bit more expectation. Other people maybe had a bit more expectation. But 126th in EU this year on the rankings. He's not been able to do it in that sort of format. He got his spot through E-League 1.
I think it's been obvious though, Richard, where his energy's been. Yeah, it's been on the E-League 1. Don't get me wrong, online FTSs, he'll tell you he hasn't played well, as he did to Spencer earlier, but in the French league, that's where a lot of his time has been. It's a long process, it's a long league.
Well, that was his route to the playoffs. He probably chalked the playoffs off maybe after 1 or 2 qualifiers and thought this is where we can do it.
And it could be on for a second. It's a cheeky chip. He did time it green, but there was just a bit of power lacking from that one as Tuga looks to regain.
He's also playing in that E-League and format with a fabulous dance partner in Fuma, so probably picking up stuff all the time, playing alongside him, playing in that format of the tournament.
Well, I believe we got an equaliser over in the Lex matchup. Montaxa will be over the moon. He's finally bagged a goal here in day 2. It took him a little while for the player that's rock bottom in this group as it stands. Montaxa back in the tide. 10 minutes left on the clock in that one. I mean, that result does nothing for either, Rich, because they're neck and neck at the bottom.
Yeah, draw doesn't really help either side. You'd expect one of these two teams, whether it's Lex or Montaxa, to try and forge a winning goal here, which Lex could be doing. Good play on the edge of the box, just waiting. Fighting to the feet of Pele. What does he have in his locker? Recycling possession, waiting, holding, straight into Van Dijk.
I mean, you look at both of those two. They've only picked up 1 win this whole FIFAe World Cup group stages. Let's close out the Tuga Stingray game. Stingray looking to double his lead. No better timing to join the game than that. Ruud Gullit giving Stingray a 2-goal advantage. Is that good, Rich? We've got to see it again.
Yeah, we certainly do. We saw Gullit running away in celebration. Let's find out what led up to the goal. It's a dink into Milinkovic-Savic. Pele just squares it to Gullit, and even there he wants to green time it. He wants to solidify it, and that will be 3 points on the board for Stingray to go top of the table.
Well, I had some volleys there for a split second from Stingray. 2 wins on the bounce for him. Bit of a fact as well, might curse him now. He hasn't conceded the goal yet.
Today?
In day two. Day two has not conceded the goal. Scored 6, conceded 0. And as you said, currently top of the group in this Group A. 14 points next to his name.
We've only played 2 games. It's been a long day, but we've only played 2 so far. This is Yuval getting not an equaliser, but one back to put him within touching distance of an equaliser.
Pause coming in there for Tex as we jump across to Mark 11 against Abu Maka. That one's back underway for the second half at 1-1. Full-time result coming in from Lex and Montax, so they're going to both share a point at the bottom of Group A. Mark 11, Abu Maka. Mark 11 looking to take the lead in this one. Easy pickings for Edwin van der Sar. Let's go to Tex Yuval. We'll jump over to that game. It's 10 minutes, or 20 minutes in front of this one, actually. Tex won this tie yesterday, 2-0. The only player that's actually unbeaten, you could say, from our early session in Group A and Group B. Him and Anders Vergang are the only unbeaten players in the FIFAe World Cup as it currently stands. Both had fantastic group runs currently. Here is Tex looking for a 4th goal. Is he going to find it? Yes, he is. Tex leads 4-2.
And we know it's only group, so you can't look too far into it, but he's playing really, really well. 10 minutes into this game, Berkeley Lion open up the scoring with a green time finish from the edge of the box against Darkley. And you might have heard the hometown crowd going a little bit wild for their hero, Abu Maka. 53 minutes on the clock. He is leading 2-1.
Well, this is where it's going to get a little bit difficult for some of those players in the rock bottom. You can just see Abu Maka pulling back in the tie, but does get a little bit worrying, doesn't it, for the Aussie players there. Mark 11, Mike J. Let's close out that one if we can. Mike J against Di Fernandez. There's about 4 minutes left in the tie. It's a big win down the bottom of that Group B table. Berkeley Lion leading Darkley. There's a lot of time left to be played in this game. Mike J, Di Fernandez in the 87th minute. We can quickly check into that one to close out the game. Here we are. Is there a late equaliser for Mike J potentially? Desperate for a point, desperate for any points. Could be that chance now. There's the step over. He's offside? Or what are we going back for here? Offside, I believe.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Mike J, just a little bit ahead of play. Right there. Di Fernandez will take all the time in the world over this free kick. And looks to get a much needed 3 points here in Group B.
That will be Di Fernandez' second win in the tournament, putting him on 9 points. Drew his first opening match up today against Mark 11. We'll be over the moon with that one, finding another big 3 points on the board. It's getting slightly worrying, isn't it, at the bottom of the table for Mike J. Over we go to Tex against Yuval. Every time that Yuval's asked a question, Tex has answered. This is such a good game, as we said. #1 being #2 in Europe on the most competitive FGS rankings there is.
It's a very emphatic performance as well from Tex. You're just maybe starting to see as well in this group a little bit of separation at the top. Tex is pulling away from the rest of the pack, it has to be said. I'm sure he'll have all eyes on what is happening in Group D later on today. He's #1 seed in Group B. Who's he going to potentially be facing? It's going to be a really tough round of 16 match, whoever it may be.
Darkley coming off the back of a 2-0 defeat against Tuga. He'll take that one all day long. Very fortunate bounce back But Darkley is back in the tie.
Let's close out this matchup here between Tex and Yuval. Yuval's still in a good position to go through. Just see. Nothing's going to happen in this game. Let's head back over to Berkey Lion and Darkley. We're just playing out the last 30 seconds. Yuval, I don't actually think he's going to get an attack out of this. We've got plenty of FIFA left to play in this particular matchup as we join with the ball in the back of the net.
One thing that is very impressive, by the way, about Berkey Lion, so young, doesn't need anyone around him in terms of coaches. I know he brought his brother out to Riyadh to support him on his journey on the way through to potentially becoming world champion. But at that young, to be that fearless. Does not care. Full-time results, as we said. Tex looking very, very impressive. That is 5 wins and 2 draws on his tally now. 7 games played. The FIFAe World Cup group stages after 2 group exits. That's not going to be the case this time round. And remember that his group will play the group of death in the round of 16 knockout stages. So Tex finishes first. He's going to be basically choosing 4th place in that group. Whoever it will be, of course, that will be decided later on today, fingers crossed. Half-time here is pretty much on the cards. It's the last corner of the game in the first 45 to Berkey Lion. Ball bounces around the box! Berkey Lion leading into half-time with a 2-goal lead.
What a turnaround, eh? We joined the game with a goal against him, and just shows how quickly things can turn around for the young German. Berkey Lion. Great staging here.
Let those live shots play out there of the venue here in
Back
Riyadh.
to gameplay.
Well, you can see the impressive setup from home. Every player with their own pod, coaching device.
Been in a few of those pods as well. Very cosy.
Picked up a controller or?
Not yet. I've picked up the coaching device though.
There's Mark. Trailing 2-1 to Abu Maka. Scored an unbelievable second goal. Little reverse elastico, pops it into the bottom corner. Zaha. Bruno Fernandes. Mbappe will try and...
Every single player who plays against Abu Maka is basically playing an away leg, even if you are playing at home on the scoreboard, because this crowd will jeer and boo when you're attacking. They will cheer when you lose the ball. And if Abu Maka scores, well, even with the best noise-cancelling headphones, you will know about it, that's for certain.
You're basically playing against Abu Maka and 100+ fans, aren't you? Every moment in the game. They are with their local pro player from Saudi Arabia, who looks to be on his way also to the knockout stages. Still obviously 3 more big rounds to be played. Abu Maka will take on Tex in round 5. Mark, is he onside?
No. It was nice FIFA. Up to the final pass, where he just strayed offside.
Well,
Mark 11.
2 games live at the moment, we should say, Rich, and there is Berkey Lion against Darkley 11. Both games are actually in the same part by about 5 in-game minutes. We're joining now, Berkey Lion.
Serious talent.
He's looking like the next big thing from Germany. I mean, not as big as Johnny, who is probably the tallest FIFA player I've ever seen. He's in action a little bit later on today in Group C, who's been superb.
Abu Maka victory here, when you look at this group, puts him in a somewhat comfortable position. If you're thinking that Mike J is probably close to being eliminated, and then you're looking at just a couple of points here and there, separating third, fourth, fifth.
Well, fifth result stays the same. It will keep Marco just 7 points. Abu Bakr would go up to 11. Tex, as we know, running away with things, 17 points next to his name. Abu Bakr looking to make that a certain 11 points on the board. Cheeky chip! Abu Bakr looked to run away with the tie.
And they absolutely love it here. Every single person in attendance. Flags are waving. Fans are cheering. And Abu Bakr is relishing this opportunity to play in front of a hometown crowd.
Over to this game now, which is live. Nearly 69 minutes on the clock. Berke line looking for one of his most convincing wins so far in this tournament. Goal 5 might be on the cards, just locking it from Darkley. And after what was a positive start, Richard, a 2-0 win against his fellow countryman Tuga, how the tables have turned.
It's just been it's a real tough day for the competitors as well, it has to be said. Just given the situation that we've sort of been going through today. Momentum's not really a thing that you can take. Like, each individual game you have to address as a sole 90 minutes of FIFA. I think for Darkley, you're seeing sort of a tough start, and then you've also come up against it, in my eyes, what could be an E-World Cup quarter-finalist in Berke Lyon. The way that he plays, the way that he knocks the ball around, he's got different avenues of scoring as Darkley gets one back, but I just think it will be too little too late.
Yeah, not long left, is there, in that one? Let's jump over to Mark against Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr, as we know, leading 3 goals to 1. Looking to cement himself in that second place spot in the group. He may be 6 points away from Tex, but he still will be in the top 4.
Puts himself in a comfortable position, and it also puts Mark 11 in a little bit of a precarious position as well. Lingering on the drop zone, it has to be said. Just on the bubble.
My worry here, Richard, is if there's a world where Abu Bakr, let's just say, somehow finishes 4th, here's Abu Bakr again! Making it 4-1, maybe he won't finish 4th. But say just the tournament goes the way the tournament goes, Anders against Abu Bakr at some point in the round of 16, these local fans would have to choose a side. It'd probably be pretty easy, yeah, but they've been a massive fan of Anders as well.
It's always Abu Bakr. And then maybe Tuga. Tuga gets a lot of love.
He's on the top 3.
Gets a lot of love from these fans.
I think what you're seeing, though, from a Mark point of view, just frustration as well. He's not really been able to get into his zone here in day 2 of the tournament.
We saw it at the Club World Cup. Confidence is a huge, huge factor for Mark 11. With Hollywood on day 2, they started playing better, they started clicking, and what happened? They performed what can only be described as a miracle to get out of a real tough group. He's not been able to pick up any momentum here. He's not been able to sort of get the ball rolling.
Well, there was another goal. Sorry to interrupt, Richard. Berke line against Darkley. What a goal this was, sorry. I mean, where's the defenders first and foremost for Darkley? I understand he's got to go for the game. Just kept running. He kept running and running and running and said, you know what, I'll goal this on my own. Berke line, we can pretty much confirm, has also scored again.
Yeah.
6-2, this young German pro player leads.
in the replay. He got a 6th goal. Really shut everything Darkley can offer down.
Looking very convincing, is he? First in the FIFAe World Cup, full-time whistle there. FIFAe Lion, a big 6-2 win. I mean, you saw that chance to mark at the end. If you're timing things green and it's hitting the post, you know, maybe it's not your day. That is round 2 confirmed and concluded, we can say, from Group A and B. But now it's back to Rachel and the guys on the couch.
Well, should we just enjoy those scenes there, Brandon? They are special. They love those lights and it, just celebrating Abu Maka there. And they had a lot to celebrate, didn't they, Mike, after that result?
He earned the celebration. I mean, you see that chip goal. I mean, we might review some of the goals here, but I also think that gets him through Group B. 11 points, double digits. He doesn't need to do a lot here. I'm looking at what's happened and how many points are really available, who's chasing. I think he's sitting in a really good position. They should be happy.
I mean, what a special experience Abu Maka is being treated to, playing here in front of not just your home fans, but home fans who really know and love FIFA esports.
I don't think you could ask for better circumstances or better motivation in order to come into a FIFAe World Cup. Don't think I've seen a support like that before in general, and it definitely gives him a big confidence boost, and it also makes it even harder for his opponents. He's a very, very good player, and he would definitely get wins regardless if it was here in this arena or not, but it's definitely helped him that he had the crowd behind him.
Well, we said we had a goal rush, didn't we, yesterday? 217 goals scored in all the groups there, Alex. He scored 4 for fun here as well, Mike. Alex, didn't he?
Yeah, there's a lot of good material. This is the goal that really got the crowd going. I don't know if they're going to have his reaction, but after he scores the chip, he kind of revs on the crowd, looks over to him, puts his hands in the air, and this is really a moment where all the momentum has gone against Mark. I don't think Mark felt like he had a comeback. Extra pass, why not? Middle of the pitch, dance, prance, finesse, finish. Everything collapsed for Mark, and everything is moving in the right direction for Abu Maka.
And it's not possibly the right direction, is it, for Mark? He keeps saying, Alex, he's never been grouped here at a major event or at an event. At the moment, he's sitting in 5th, and he's got Yuval next to, again, Yuval on his day can cast Mark aside, right?
Yeah, Yuval on his day definitely can cause issues for Mark. I also want to offer my sympathies for Mark, though, because not only have we got the crowd here, which, yeah, playing against that, as you said, probably never had to do it before in his career, but also that game did have a lot of stop and starts. They were out, they were back in, and for you to even deal with that along with the crowd is going to be very difficult for Mark, and I think that kind of came across in that performance ever so slightly for him. So sympathies there, but he's got to bounce back. He's got to start picking up points, and next up for him is Yuval, which, as you rightly said, Yuval's got the capability of beating anyone here in this tournament.
But in that position as well, you probably couldn't ask for a better spot for Mark. If you win, you're going to jump ahead of Yuval. You can actually impact and dictate what happens in your group. You're not at a point where we need draws, you need losses, you need wins, you need help. You can still impact everything directly, which is all you can really ask for at a tournament of this stature.
And both Mark and Yuval, of course, are trying to bounce back from losses. Yuval was just defeated there to Tex. So after 7 rounds, finally I can say that one. Let's have a look at the standings. Stingray then 14 points. He's now leapfrogged over Tuga. Tuga on 12, as is Burke, Lion, Lex 7. Montaxa and Darkley both on 6. Group A is looking very interesting. Group B then, Tex on 17. Well, he's not getting grouped, is he, this year? Abu Maka on 11, Di Fernandez and Yuval on 9. Mark on 7. Mike is adrift at the bottom of the table on 3 points. On day 2, he still is yet to pick up another point. Mike's also got Abu Maka next. Ouch, I wouldn't want to be Mike, but he loves the crowd just as much as the local man does. So let's get straight into this matchup then. Tuga taking on Montaxa. Tuga looking to bounce back after that defeat to Stingray. Right, Brandon, Richard, are you ready with this one? Can Tuga bounce back?
Well, if you're a Portugal fan, you hope he will be after actually beating Montaxa 1-0 yesterday in this very matchup. And it looks as if, you could argue, Rich, Tuga's just sort of fell into a little bit of a slump. Only by 1 game, though. He did win his first game.
What we said about Tuga for the last 2 weeks, too many draws. I think he took that to heart.
It just completely changed his play style, didn't he?
Win or loss for Tuga, and that's what you can do. If you win half your games, lose half your games, you're on 15 points, you're guaranteed through. As for Montaxa, points essential for the young Italian. We've seen a little bit of Montaxa throughout this year, Alex, joining us for this game. Saw him at the Serie A. We've seen him in numerous ECL tournaments as well. We know he's got quality, but offensively is where he's just lacked a little bit throughout the group stages here.
Yeah, he's not had a good time of it so far. We're trying to put that ball in the back of the net. And top 4 at Serie A, and the times that I have seen him, I've backed him every single time to win that tournament. And he's just fallen short in those final hurdles. He needs to dig deep. He needs to try and find results out of nothing in these remaining 3 games. And for his troubles, he is facing against a Tuga, which, yes, Stingray beat him relatively comfortable then. Tuga has looked very dominant over the last few remaining games. As it is going to be the man himself, the one, the only. Spoke about him being dominant, and he starts off on that front foot, Brandon.
Yeah, I think Tuga also is the only one that's got 2 coaches. He's got a Spanish coach, and he's got a Portuguese coach behind him, backing him all the way through to the knockouts. As we said, 30 World Cup. He's always made it out the group stages. It looks like, well, the 3rd time of asking, that won't be a question for him. Yuval against Mark. Mark looking for a run of form after a difficult first 2 games, a draw and a defeat. It's not helping him at all. For Yuval, big 2-0 win and a very difficult game against Tex. How does he pick himself back up, Yuval, after that Tex matchup? Look, I mean, when you play Tex, you're always in for a tough game regardless.
You are, and I mentioned it yesterday, how I felt that Yuval Tex is very much a confidence type of game. Whoever went on to win that match yesterday would kind of take that group into their control, and it was Tex, and he's done it again today against Yuval. How does he bounce back? Well, just going out and doing what Yuval does best, which is putting that pressure on the opponent, trapping the opponent in as soon as they receive that ball. We know he's phenomenal in the pressing area. He can score goals for fun as well. And in the process, Mark's just had a bad result himself. He wasn't happy with that game against Abu Maka. So this is probably a perfect time for him to say, look, I can seal my fate. I can put myself into that top 2 position with a victory against Mark. But you mentioned there about Tex, Brandon. I do want to give credit to both of the English players in these groups, Tex and Stingray. Both of them right now are scoring goals, not conceding, and are looking unbelievable.
I think for Yuval, he's sort of, because he's not being, I'm going to say the word consistent in his performances, he's found himself in a little bit of a precarious position in this group.
You enjoyed that?
Where if he doesn't play to the best of his ability, he might find himself struggling as Di Fernandez Panenka's right down the throat of Tex and squanders a pretty glorious opportunity.
He must be feeling confident. Panenka down the middle against Tex, but Tex matches up well, and it doesn't surprise me from what we've seen so far. Tex beat Di Fernandez 2-1 yesterday. Could have easily been 1-0 down there.
Yeah, you're showing that you are confident going with that Panenka. It's a risky manoeuvre, and the risk did not pay off there for Di Fernandez. Just got a glance at the coach, head in hands at that point, saying, why? Why? Just put it in the corner and ask more questions.
You just have a deeper look at Group B. Yuval, 9 points. Di Fernandez, 9 points. Mark, 11, 7. Di Fernandez was able to get a result here. It puts him on 12. And it just starts to create that little bit of distance as he does open the scoring. The Diogo Jota esports representative against Tex of Fnatic. Tex, maybe you start to see maybe taking foot off the gas ever so slightly. He's on 17 points. He's through no matter what. Like, you would have to, I don't think he can actually be caught at this point.
You could even just say he's guaranteed top 2. I don't even think he drops down further than that.
So it really is quite interesting, this group, and starting to see how matches do take shape. Yuval and Mark, let's head over there because this is a 4v5 clash. 9 points versus 7 points respectively. You win this game, you put yourself in a really good position. As for the loser, you're still in it, but it just becomes a little bit harder.
Well, stay with this one for just the closing stages of the first half. Yuval against Mark, 11. You're right to say, Richard, two players desperate for a run of form in the last 3 rounds. This is round 8 for those that have just joined. There's mark 11. Couple of step overs, tries to poke it through. Big save needed from the goalkeeper. That will do us for half time. Let's go. Di Fernandez against Tex, if we can check in there very quickly. Still, I believe the scoreline is Di Fernandez leading by a goal to 0. We'll check into this one first, though. Darkley needed something to smile about after a poor start to day 2. Scores against Lex, the French player that is struggling to score.
He's not looked great, has Lex, it's got to be said. And I believe someone out of the 3 of us commentating here had him winning the group.
I think I may have got wrong in my statement there. I look back at my notes and what I submitted as the official application, and I believe I had Stingray, actually.
The official application?
Yeah.
Is it a CV?
I had Lex do well. I know that for sure.
Unfortunately for him, and for any French FIFA fan out there, it's just not been happening for him.
I'm sure they'll be trying to back Stingray probably, if his FC Lorient running the E-League 1. Speaking of Stingray, there's been a goal in his game against Berkay Lyon. This German youngster, 18 years of age, in his first ever FIFAe World Cup, is looking insane. I'll get your thoughts now in a second, Alex. Before that, we've got an equaliser here. Tex, offside trap played. Tex back in the tie.
Yeah, lovely layoff there from Tex. Time and composure. Goalkeeper nearly getting something on it, but either way, back into the tie. Tex won't mind either way. And you go and say about Berkay Lyon, I've had the joy of watching over his gameplay many times. A player that is fearless, so aggressive in wanting to go forward, the driven balls, as we see another opportunity for Tex coming through.
Right for Tex. There's those ball rolls, scoop turn, it's in around the box, reverse elastico. Tex looking dangerous, wins a call. Goes for a goal kick, sorry, in the end. Tuga, I'm hearing noise from his booth. What does that mean, I hear you ask? Tuga is scoring goals and he's looking like a completely different FIFA player in best of 1 FIFA. Montaxa is having a stinker of a day, unfortunately. He's got so much to do. Abu Maka, the local hero, is beating Mike J, and you can argue it's the same storyline. Group B, Mike J not looking good. Go over in Group A, Montaxa really struggling.
Yeah, I think we've been sort of perceived that Montaxa, Lex, Darkley are well out of it. Group A is so fascinating. You've got 3 players who are in 14, 12 and 12. Stingray, Tuga, Berkay Lyon, who are all flying. And then Lex, Montaxa and Darkley is 7, 6, 6. There is 3 players there with 1 spot to play for, and it is so fascinating. A man who is not leaving anything to chance. Di Fernandez leading against Tex, something nobody's able to see out to this point.
Last chance of the half. Into the break we shall go. Tex trailing. Abu Maka against Mike J. Abu Maka just picked up his first win in day 2. He's on 11 points as it stands currently. Looking to put some pressure on Tex, looking to ensure that he gets through to the knockout stages. Abu Maka still, so much time, so much space. Mike J, where is your defence?
I've got a feeling Mike J's head is very much back in Australia right now. He seems like he is done here in this tournament. Just no emotion there back from that, but credit where credit is due from Abu Maka. Goalkeeper comes rushing out, he doesn't panic, he takes that time, looking for that heel to ball roll, just working it past the goalkeeper and ensuring he's in a very, very commanding position.
Well, let's go to another matchup. Stingray, Berkay Lyon, Tex coming in for an attack very quickly here, defended well by Di Fernandez. It's in Group A, this one. Stingray has had 2 wins on the board so far, was yet to concede a goal in day 2, did score 6 in total up to this point. It's looking like a guarantee that he's into the knockout stage again. Got round of 16 last time out in Copenhagen. Looking to build upon that. FIFAe line, though, as we know, makes it very difficult.
He leapfrogs him in the table as well. If he was to win this game, FIFAe Lion, he would go to 15 points. Stingray's on 14. And on goal difference, I believe he goes top of the table, FIFAe Lion, even with Tuga winning. So a really interesting group starting to take shape here. The top three are going to be there no matter what. However, it's that bottom three which could get ever so tight as we head into our final two games.
Last chance of the half for Stingray. Brilliant piece of goalkeeper movement just a second ago. FIFAe Lion, another great piece of defending. Oh no, the counter-attack. He was off his line, was brave, had to be. Just about able to get that clear. Half-time here, no added time. There's enough time for this one though for Stingray. Back post is there, well played. Very well played from Stingray, back in the tie at half-time.
Ginormous goal there for Stingray on the stroke of half-time. Cross coming in at that back stick. Composure at its finest. And FIFAe Lion is the first person to score against Stingray in the last 4 games. Both of these players looking to cancel each other out.
So we jump across to mark 11. He's able to take the lead against Yuval. That's a massive game for him, by the way. Only 1 point from 4. Sorry, 1 point from 6, sorry, in today's matches. He did beat Yuval 4-0 yesterday, so he has already got the Israeli FIFA Pros number. Over to this one, Abu Makar, Mike J. This is live as it stands, nearly 40 minutes into the game. I think you're right, Alex. It could be maybe the end of the road for the Australian, who is still sitting rock bottom of this group.
Could be facing a situation here with both Australian players not going through. Yuval and Mark 11 look to be the potential playoff here, as we've got not long left to go in that game. We've got 6 points left to play for after this matchup. Di Fernandez, this is a 6 points for Di Fernandez that you don't think, a 3 point should I say, that you don't think's there. Like, you're coming up against Tex in a great vein of form. You're mid-table, and granted, every game you know that you go into thinking, yeah, I can win this, but in the back of your mind, you take a draw, you take a tight game. But even the biggest Diego Jota esports fans don't imagine a win coming your way. We're going to see the final stages between Tuga and Montaxa. What a turnaround from Tuga, it has to be said. This will be 15 points. He's won his last 5 games after losing his opening 2.
Well, this was the game yesterday that changed his run of form. Montaxa has found a way back into the tie. Is there enough time for him to turn it round? No, there will not be. 90 minutes on the clock. Montaxa, things are starting to get interesting for him, but you're right, they are still very much in the race. That 4th spot is open in that group, Rich.
It is. Lex, Montaxa, Darkley. Tiebreaker situation could come into play.
It seems to be which player wants to go out there and take it for the winning. It's kind of like all 3 players at the minute are just saying, go on, you can have it. I'll just hold back ever so slightly.
Well, this is a big win. Darkley against Lex. Lex still struggling to create, let alone win games of FIFA. Added time done there. That's the full-time big win on the board for Darkley. Let's jump somewhere else to conclude another game. Yuval against Mark 11. This one's got 87 minutes on the clock. This could be a big one for Yuval. Started the day of a win against Abu Makar. 2 defeats on the bounce again. The inconsistency is just a bit weird from Yuval.
Mark overlaps him as well with this victory. It puts him on 10 points, and it puts Yuval in an elimination situation.
Let's not forget as well that Mark still has, as his last game to play, his Australian counterpart of Mike, which, from what we're seeing in that Abo Maka game, Mike J seems down and out. So all of it passes over to Mark 11 and says, this is over to you. Can you take that top 4 spot comfortably?
Well, we knew that Stingray was in a bit of a game. This is full time here. It will be Mark that picks up a massive win against Yuval. As we were saying, Berkay Line was leaning against Stingray. Stingray came back in the tie, and then Stingray wants 9 points from 9, apparently. 20 minutes left on the clock. Step over into the perfect exit for R9. We jump this one here. Is the Tex unbeaten streak about to end? It is. I know he's already through regardless. He's got 17 points on the board, but there are points to be won around him. Di Fernandez, big 3 points if he can hold on to that.
Yeah, ginormous 3 points there. Does have 13 minutes remaining though, where Tex will be throwing everything at the kitchen sink as he looks to work that one off across, and maybe we shouldn't write him off so quickly, Brandon. 3-2, Di Fernandez with his back up against the wall, looking comfortable, but Tex bounces back straight away. Going back to that Stingray goal as well against Berkay Lyon. Just the confidence to take those defenders on and just get that strike off quickly. He doesn't hesitate, he's so aggressive and forward thinking in those areas that Berkay Lyon too slow to react. And it is 15 minutes on the clock here. Plenty of time remaining in these games. And Berkay Lyon looking to knock on that door to at least try and take all points shared between both of these players.
Okay, Lyon. Let's see some pulling. Looking to be the next right start coming out from Germany. Quick corner played in, 2 hands on it from the goalkeeper. Thank you very much. There are 2 games in the exact same timing as it stands right now. You've got Stingray against Berkay Lyon, you've got Tex against Di Fernandez. Big save again, Berkay Lyon still trying to do what he can do. We'll leave that one for a second because Tex is keen to keep his unbeaten record intact. If he can pull a goal back here, he's got 7 minutes, he will create, he will get another couple of chances.
It's a nice 3 points or 1 point for Tex. It's a huge 2 points dropped for Di Fernandez, given the state of this group.
Good defending again, possession's in his hands. Nothing silly here from Di Fernandez. Massive switch of play. Was it needed? It's defended. So running race between him and Cristiano Ronaldo. Doesn't need to score, doesn't need another goal. Big win for Di Fernandez. Perfect time for it to come in round 8 with still 2 more games to be played. I mean, there's no better confidence booster than that, is there, gentlemen?
Just puts him well and truly in a comfortable position in this group when you start to look at what could be taking shape in the last couple of rounds. Only 6 points remaining to play for after this matchup.
I'm sure Too Good to talk a thing or two about how long you got on a corner.
Nothing from the best in that area.
Every second out the tie. From Di Fernandez. Why not? He's desperate for points and I can't blame him. This is the FIFAe World Cup. 2 minutes added time though. Possession still in the hands of Di Fernandez. Tex can somehow scoop this one up and just drive forward. There might be a chance. No, I don't think there will be. Corner. No rush at all. As there has been full time elsewhere in the Stingray game. Big turnaround for him. 3 wins from 3 today. Just making sure, isn't he, Alex? Getting everyone to take the corner, I think.
I don't blame him. Take every little bit of time on the clock. Keep it down in this corner and get yourself a well-deserved 3 points against a player that has not been beaten so far.
Full time, please, referee. There we have it. Di Fernandez, big 3 points on the board. Tex may have lost his first game, but still, it's an impressive 17 points on the board as it currently stands right now. I believe we are mainly all in full-time results from all of the games. That's round 8 concluded, Richard, but there's still a few more question marks. There's still a few more spots to be played for, especially 4th and 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. Group A is really starting to look tasty, with 4th, 5th and 6th all still in the running for that pivotal position. 4th is where you want to be. 5 and 6, your E-World Cup comes to a close. Rachel, back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rich. Well, maybe we shouldn't be too worried just yet, but Alex, you were calling that last matchup. Tex, we're just starting to see the first little signs of weaknesses there. Did you read into it that much after what you saw against Di Fernandez?
No, not so much. I think for Tex, he knows job's done. You know, we've not got grouped at this World Cup, which for Tex is great. Yes, he's going to want that top spot for definite, so he's going to keep pushing in the remaining games. I think that game just maybe meant a little bit more for Di Fernandez to kind of secure himself a bit more of a stronger chance at top 4.
Yeah, he's currently sat in 2nd, but because the Abu Makka Mike J match hasn't finished, that could change. Aggie, Mike, a question on you, Val. We said Tex showing signs of weakness. He's showing the most signs of weakness here after yet another defeat.
I enjoy watching him play. It's got to be said. Yuval's all or nothing in every single match. Either wins big, loses big, concedes goals, scores goals. It reminds me of Stokes in some ways. We talk about Stokes a lot. Whether you love him, you hate him, you fall somewhere in between, you will be entertained.
Yeah, it's nice to watch him play, but I just don't back him to go very far if you don't have that consistency. I mean, it's good you win one game, but if you lose the next one big, it's just not going to be enough in the end, I feel like. But he's still in a good position to go through. And maybe if you adjust a few things, they could be better for him. But he got to be more consistent because there's no room for those mistakes when you come to the last 16.
Have you seen anything now, Aggie, that you think he could adjust?
Well, not conceding that many goals. I mean, his offense is great, and like he's a top player, but it's just about if you get behind with one goal, don't risk it too fast. Just take it easy, I guess.
What is that the sign of? Lack of
some of his lack of experience. I don't like his patience and his structure is what's kind of missing. We could talk about Tugi, and we'll take him for example. Win or lose, it's usually always a close game. It does bother me, similar to what August was saying, especially if you want to make a long-term run in a tournament. You want to have those major results. You got to have levels of consistency, and you have to be able to win or grind out results. It's just a matter of how it works. You're not going to have easy games all the way through. You're always going to face adversity. There's got to be some sort of fight back, bounce back, and a lot of that comes down to structure and defense.
I also feel like having an advanced play style is harder to actually perform offline rather than online.
Well, he has to start performing though, doesn't he, right now in this massive LAN event, which is the World Cup. Spen, you are down there for us though after these rounds of fixtures. Who are you talking to?
I am with Mark 11, who is now Australia's final hope. Unfortunately, his compatriot Mike is not going to make it through even if he wins his next 2 games. We're trying to do the maths on your position here, Mark, but we know one thing, that win in your last game was essential.
Yeah, that was a big win. I think I beat him yesterday. It's my only win yesterday. It's my only win today, so hopefully I can get one more win on the board today.
So you've got to play your fellow Australian Mike still, but you've also got to play Tex. Do you think you need to win both those games?
I think I have to at least draw to Tex minimum. He's the best player in the group. He's on 17 points. I need at least a draw or even probably a win. If Yuval or Finland win both their games, I'm probably in trouble.
Well, he did just lose last game, so he is human, so best of luck to you. But yeah, Mark's got to do some work to get out of this group. He is Australia's final hope. The games are back underway. Let's get into them.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Back underway. Here we go. The round 9 in Group A and Group B. Darkley against Stingray. Is kicked off, and so is Berkeline against Montaxa.
See if Stingray can pick up where he left off. He's looking for the whole hog today. He's looking for the 15 out of 15.
What a day it would be for him. yesterday. Look at the run that he had in Stingray compared to today. So different. 8 points he had. Now he's already beaten that in just 3 games. Not just good offensively. Defensively, he's also been so solid.
Got another game underway. Berkey Lion and Montaxa. That one also in Group A. We've got a very special guest joining us for a little bit of around the grounds commentary. Spencer, you've been on the ground getting the verdicts from people. I still don't know with Mark. He doesn't look like he did last week or even the week before. He just seems a bit... I can't put my finger on it. There's a word to describe him, and I don't know the word.
Well, he's only won 2 games, Richard. That's the big problem. In fact, between the 2 Australians now, well, with 16 games between them, 2 wins. Both of them come from Mark, neither from Mike. So I think Mark had a bit of pressure on him, but he's kept saying this whole I don't get group thing. And he might have some work to do. If we assume, which we shouldn't, but if we assume he's going to beat Mike, he's still got to get a result against Tex. And he's kind of relying on Fernandez to drop some points, who's been unbeaten today. In fact, unbeaten in the last 4 games. So it's not looking good for the Aussie.
Someone else is not looking good for is Montaxa, who could be 1-0 down from a mistake like this. Covers well, but can't quite hold possession. Berkey Lion trying to make it difficult for the Italian. The 6th rock bottom of Group A. Nothing to smile about so far here in day 2, and he just can't get out of the box at the moment. So much pressure on him. Well, Stingray is in action against Darkley, as you would have seen. We teased you about Stingray maybe going for 4 wins on the bounce. That looks to be the case, as you can see from the replay. Headers and volleys from Stingray has been played. The ball's constantly in the air. He's knocking it down. He's looking for the bounces. What performance from him today?
Yeah, we're seeing vintage Stingray right here. And if he can keep this form going in to the knockouts, I think he could make a serious, deep run in this event. And I was thinking as I was talking to Mark about how the Aussies are getting on, I was thinking from an English standpoint, our boys are doing pretty good. I mean, Tex is going to make it out of the group. Stingray's going to make it out of the group. Bit of pressure on Stokes later on if we're going to see him get through. But he's given himself a chance. We could see all the Brits progress.
Which something that probably not all the nations can do. We've got a Portuguese player in action here. There's 3 in the tournament. I don't see a world in which all 3 go through. I think for the Aussies, you might not even get 2 through.
Yeah, we've got the 3 Portuguese. They're in these 2 groups, actually. And obviously, Tuga's going to make it. I think Darkley might make it, and Fernandez is going to make it. So I reckon 2 of the 3 minimum. It's not bad from them at all.
Just looking at sort of representation at the FIFAe World Cup. Well, England have got 3 players, Portugal got 3 players, the Netherlands have got 3 players.
All in the same group as well.
For once, Germany aren't actually the dominated nation that they have been in past years.
It's true.
A German player might go as far as any of them, though. Berkey Lion has been a very, very serious customer. Still 0-0 in his match against Montaxa.
Another game has just kicked off after this attack does come in from Stingray. It's Tuga in action against Lex. The French player Lex is also in a little bit of a rat race in the Group A. Struggling to score goals. Look at his results today. He's only scored 1 goal. So something needs to change there pretty soon for the French player.
And you're also playing against a Tuga that just looks completely re-energised, rejuvenated. He almost reborn, being completely honest, from the performances that we saw in the last 2 tournaments.
I mean, I'll put my hand up right now and say, after those first 2 games, I was very much of the Tuga's done camp. This is the last time we're going to see him at this level. He's had a really rough few weeks. And even if that had been the case, and he kept losing, it would have actually been quite harsh from me, because, yeah, you can look at the tournaments and say, OK, they've not got other groups. But to get to 3 tournaments is unreal. Even Mark in the same boat. You know, he might not make it out today. But it's unbelievable to make it to 3 World Cups. So many great players, not at any. And I think Tuga's just made me sort of shut up and realise the guy is different.
If you think of how many people started the year wanting to play competitive FIFA, comfortably in the thousands, signing up, getting to the Elite Division in Rivals, registering for the FGS. This is the best 24. It's truly the top 0.01% of FIFA talent. The margins are so slim that you can, especially in a one-legged game of FIFA, that's 12 minutes each match. It's so tightly contested. And what Tuga does year on year is what nobody else really can ever achieve.
Well, this game is still yet to conclude. This is from the previous rounds, and Rob sort into the wounds of Mike J. It looks to be 3-0 to Abu Bakr. But back to your point, you know, there's always that chat about how difficult it can be competing at the high level. Obrun, back-to-back E-World Cups. Anders Vergan, back-to-back E-World Cups. We see again, as you said, Obrun, Tuga, Nicholas not missed an E-World Cup in what, 5-6 years?
Yes, 6 years.
It's ridiculous. So that consistent every single year, even with the lows and highs of competitive FIFA. This game is still in the 57th minute. There is a small technical difficulty in this round 8.
So technically, Mike J scores 4.
He's still in it.
Maybe. I don't see it happening, but he's still, on a technicality, got 9 points left to play for in this group, because this, what you're seeing on the screen, is a round 8 fixture. The reason you've not seen Tex and Mark 11, Di Fernandez, Abu Bakr's next game, we're holding those fixtures until this one has concluded, so we're all aligned correctly.
Just think mentally for Mike J, it's power shot. Mentally, it's just going to be too much. But Arsenal 3-0 down with that time left in the game. Back to Stingray against Darkley. This one's in the second half. Stingray still leading. Looking to find his third clean sheet of day 2. And the only other matchup is Lex against Tuga. That's 0-0. Currently in this round. Stingray. Lots of space down this left-hand side. As far as Milinkovic-Savic, big tackle. There's been a goal in the Abu Bakr Mike J game. He scored. Is he on his way?
To be fair, I think when I said earlier that he was out, it was based on that result, and it hasn't actually finished. Like, you're completely right. It would take, I mean, because based on everything he said to us, and the manner and his body language and everything we've seen from him, it basically tells us he doesn't really care that much. There's no way you come back if you don't care at this point.
It would take 6 red velvet cakes,
at least,
maybe 7, to get him over the line in that game. But there is 20 minutes left in it. 3-1. He trails. Berkeline against Montaxa. This is live in the game. Berkeline looking to go 1 goal to the good for the German. Oh, the cutback was there. Montaxa also was defensively.
I love the use of the player lock. He faked it. He then went on his own. But just coming out the other end here, Montaxa, the chance still on. We do have goals to show you, but we'll just wait for this attack to build up and see if it results in a goal. Good save. Where are we headed, Brandon? We got goals.
Yeah, we have got goals to show you. Lex Tuga in a second. Before that, Darkley Stingray. Stingray's fortunately conceded in that one. Darkley fighting for all the points he can get to stay in that top 4. That's 1-1. As soon as we've got the goal from Lex against Tuga, we'll show you which way that result has gone. 73 minutes in the clock between Abu Bakr and Mike J. Still does remain the same at 3-1. Which way has the goal gone? Has it gone the way of the French player? It has, of Olympique Lyon, Milinkovic-Savic. And that's the 7th goal that Lex has scored across 9 rounds of FIFA. I mean, if there's a time to pick up 3 points, it's now.
Hugely important goal for the youngster. We'll put him on double figures if he can see it out. Tuga's not been losing games. He's lost 1 in his last 6 games. So it'd be very impressive and much needed victory for the Frenchman. If he doesn't get it, it might even be too late, to be fair. So he needs to get it, but he's doing what's needed. Look, it's easy to say he's not won much or scored much, but he's also not lost that much either. He's been drawing a few too many.
Curse of the draws.
Exactly.
That goes into half-time. Lex is leading 1-0. We did have a goal back. We painted the picture of a comeback story. Unfortunately for Mike J, Abu Maka gets a fourth and puts the tie pretty much to bed. 13 minutes left to play here. Just, you might be a little bit confused at home. This is a round 9 fixture, so in this group, this is Darkley against Stingray. It will be 1 point apiece with 3 points left to play for.
And the fact that Tuga's losing means a draw is not even a bad result for Stingray. He stays top. You know, depending on the head-to-head record, he might not even need any more points after he gets 18. But I do think we will see him top the group in the end.
Last 8 minutes in this one of the repeated fixture. Stingray did win yesterday. 3 goals to 1. This is in Group A. Darkley timed it green, big save.
Even just there, the goalkeeper movement shifted him across to make sure that he read the movement, he read the strike pattern from Darkley. I do think Stingray's, maybe because the group he's in, it's not necessarily a group of death, and he's sort of just been going about his business very quietly, but he's putting up a serious display.
Is he the sort of player that you think will be more dangerous when it gets to the 2 legs as well? Or do you think this suits him in his attacking sort of style?
I don't necessarily think he's suited by 2 legs. I don't think he improves, but I also don't think he regresses, so to say. He will continue the way that he's playing. He will continue that fine form. We'll see some closing stages here and shots of Abu Maka and Mike J. Crowd like that one.
Well, that's round 8. That's the last game of round 8 concluded. I think that could be the last game of Mike J's FIFAe World Cup. He'll still play 2 more rounds, but it just won't be mathematically possible for him to get a top 4 spot in the knockout stages. Any time to follow. Abu Maka, though, big 3 points on the board for him. But just back to that point you were saying about Stingray, even without this result on paper, he's got the same point tally as Tex. 17 points, both of those 2. Looking good for the UK FIFA scene.
Yep, it's in good hands for sure. I think he has crept under the radar a little bit this tournament, less pressure and the lower ranking. It suited him, I think. Even with no one in his corner, he can't even say he's done any worse. I mean, ironically, the player that's matching him has got his old coach.
Duga's pulled a goal back. What do we say about Lex? Drawing too many games. It looks to be the case for the French pro player there. This also could be a 0-0 Montax. This doesn't do him any favours either. He needs to go for the game.
If Lex draws that game and Darkley finds a way to beat Stingray, that's Lex out. So Lex really needs to be winning this and hoping as well Darkley doesn't pick up a win.
Wow. That's why you're on the commentary.
That's maths. I'm the Rachel Riley of FIFA, really.
De Bruyne.
I think you've got a future in that. I think there's potential there.
Second, I thought that was going to be a penalty for Montaxa. Into the pause we shall go. Not long left in that game. Let's go and check out Lex against Tuga, because as Spencer Riley said, there's a lot riding on this.
And he will know as well, Lex. He'll know all the permutations. I'm pretty sure his entire camp will just win outright, just try and pick up as many points as possible, but could just maybe get in his head a little bit if he knows that tournament could be over here if you don't get a win, if results don't go your way.
The newspaper headline writer in me really wanted to see a Lex versus Tex match up in the knockouts, but I don't think it's going to happen, chaps. I don't think it's going to happen. It's a real shame from a just purely banter standpoint, really. Unless Lex can do something here in the dying embers. Can he get it in? He's actually got more time than I thought. Still got 30 minutes on the clock, so it's not right off the Frenchman just yet. Darkley Stingray's about to come to a close, and that helps Lex, the fact that Darkley's not looking like he's going to pick up 3 points there. So he's very much still in it, but he does need to score. And what I'm fascinated by with Tuga and his resurgence is, can he now, because we know he's a stronger two-legged player, can he now convert back to what he needs to do to become the Tuga of old and see those games out over 2 legs? Or could it actually hurt him in the long run?
I do seriously wonder what happened last night with his coach and team around him, because he came out like a completely different player. in the 1v1s, as we said. And just looking at Lex's history, 4 draws he's had. This could be number 5. Full-time result between Darkley and Stingray. That will give Stingray 18 points. There's been a bigger goal in the Montax-Aberke Lion game.
Wow.
If Montax has got this goal, it suddenly throws this group up.
It makes
because
it crazy.
Montaxa will go to 9 points. Darkley will still remain in that conversation.
Look
at
at
the
the
time
time.
here,
Wow.
Montaxa has bagged a massive goal for the Italian.
Well, you know what they say, Brandon, there's 2 things that are certain in life, death and Montaxes. So it doesn't really work, but you can take it. He scored a goal, well done to him.
And it still keeps him in. And there's this a headline from Montaxa right there. He goes into that last game with a real chance of going through.
It's actually so wide open because of this Lex game is really interesting. If he scores and beats Tuga, he'd go on to 10 points. Montaxa will be on 9 points. Darkley will be on 10 points. Going into the last game, any one of those players could go through or out, which is really quite interesting.
Well, Darkley plays Montaxa as well, as you said, in the last round of play there, which shakes things up even more. That is Montaxa's first one of the day. Coming into that, he lost and he drew his last 3 matches.
And what's really interesting, is that obviously Montaxa beat Darkley in that fixture yesterday. So actually, suddenly, out of nowhere, Darkley looks like he could be leaving. If it happens again. Of course, it doesn't always repeat itself, you know.
Well, as the table stand, as we said, in that bottom 3, Darkley's obviously confirmed. He's on 10 points, Montaxa's on 9. When this game does conclude, Lex will be on 8 points, unless Lex can go and win the game. If he can, he'll be on 10, and suddenly we're looking at that round 5 fixture with a lot more on the line.
I think he has to win it, though, to be honest. I haven't done the full maths on it, but I think the draw wouldn't be enough because he can only finish on the most of 11 then, and you'd have 2 lads that could get more than that in they play each other. So unless they drew, it would then go down to head-to-head. So from a Lex standpoint, what he needs not only is to win this game, but he really needs someone in his corner telling him
you've got to go for it.
Change the way you play, open up a bit, which is risky against Tuga, but the game's the game, son.
Well, Lex, can you keep your FIFAe World Cup alive here? Mbappe into Pele, no way through. Tuga playing dangerously along the back line.
There's obviously Group A, so whoever goes through will be playing people from Group C. Looking like Johnny, who's leading that group right now, could win it. RVP Legend looked very dangerous until he dropped off yesterday. Oberon, there's some good players in there. If you can finish top, which Tuga still can, with a win here and another good result, that's going to help you.
Yeah, you set yourself up nicely, it's got to be said. I'm just... can't take my eyes off what Lex is doing here. I mean, the pressure hasn't really been there.
It feels like this is a real kind of opportunity for Lex. Like, we haven't covered him greatly. He's not had a lot of airtime. He's new. It's his first E-World Cup. Beat Tuga here. Not only do you keep the narrative alive, you kind of announce yourself on the scene a little bit when everyone's watching. So, challenge over to you, my son.
And we're just seeing a round 9 fixture underway here. This is Mike J and Yuval. The changes have come in here for Lex. It's a 3-4-2-1. He's all gone all out attack. Let's head back over there. We've only got a few minutes remaining. And it is Lex who needs a goal.
I've just looked over my right shoulder. I can see Lex's pod. I don't think they've got any idea of what is going on in that group. There was no communication saying, you have to go and win this game. You have to go and push on for those extra 2 points on the board. 89 minutes on the clock now. Tuga is building for that last attack, that last chance of the game. There's Mbappe. Tuga scores this.
Goal kick.
Goes for a goal kick. There's a minute left of additional time. That ball needs to go forward now. Oh no. Oh no, Lex has just given away not just possession, but also his chances of the FIFAe World Cup knockout stages. Head in hands moment for Lex. Tuga's off his feet. And you got to see that again on the replay, Richard Buckley. That's basics!
He just passed it short. He went to try and build up the attack. Lex's E-World Cup comes to a crashing halt. Mathematically, As it currently stands, he's on 7 points.
Look at the reaction.
He's out.
Heartbreak from Lex. Sometimes you can get a little bit lazy, even the best players just giving away possession there from the goal kick. Mike J against Yuval. There's a round 9 matchup. Mike J, as we know, is out of the tournament. Speaking of our commentary team, Spencer's subbed out, Mike LaBelle subbed in. Mike, you're joining us at a great time here. We're jumping in, obviously, to these round 9 matches. Round 10 is only around the corner.
There's a lot happening. I'm surprised. I don't know that I necessarily anticipated Group A and Group B kind of going into the end and it mattering so much. You see a lot of space here. Abamak is stepping into that space, kind of adding to the arsenal, adding to the results today, adding some additional emphasis.
With that result, he puts on 17 points. He's up there with Tex in terms of the performance from Group B. Your attention has to be Mark 11 and Yuval. Both of those 2 players, 1 point separating them. Yuval taking on Mark's countryman in Mike J.
It's crazy that we sit here and there's a world where the #1 player in Europe could be eliminated in the group stages.
This is also my point, though, where I don't always go into world rankings. I don't like online as the major indicator of where somebody places in the world, because we know it comes down to what can you get done in person, and the energy, the ambiance, the pressure, everything all inclusive, the gameplay. It's a little bit different in person. A LAN environment is different.
Well, round 9, as we said, is concluded over in Group A. It's just Group B that needs to catch up. Speaking of catching up, Di Fernandez back in the tie against Abu Makar.
He's letting them know about it as well.
Boo from the fans there. Abu Makar's faithful, you could argue. They're going to be spewing him on through this round 9 game. Jump back here. Mike J, Yuval, last chance of the half. And that will do us a half-time. As we know, Mike J is out of the tournament, but he still could play his part in 2 people's tournament statuses, Yuval, and then he plays fellow countryman Mark in the last game of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating end to the day, it has to be said. Mike, J and Yuval, that is half-time 0-0. We are 20 minutes into Di Fernandez and Abu Makar. As for Tex and Mark 11, just having a look over to their booth, I can see Stingray stood behind Tex. I see Zach Marr off his feet. I see Jay Denman off his feet. I don't think that game's anywhere close to being underway as it currently stands.
You don't think they're just standing next to each other, hands on it? We've had a good day. We're in the knockouts. Top of the group as it stands.
No, I don't think they are.
If you'd allowed me, I think the takeaway that none of us expected to be a possibility, if you go back over to Group A, the fact that Montaxter has a chance to progress out of this group. Coming into day 2, based on what we saw on day 1, I kind of wrote him off. I don't know where you guys fall. He's kind of been one of those Italian players that's maybe not in the same clique when we look at the likes of Katia, or we look at Oberyn, who we're going to see in action later today, or we talk about Danny Pitbull. He doesn't always get the same notice, the same exposure. We don't put him in the same category, but he's here, and it's very likely possible that he's going to progress out of Group A and find himself in the bracket stage.
Well, I hate to say it, I said he'd top the group in Group A. Clearly, I was way off of that, but he might still qualify for the knockouts.
It's also in his own hands. It's just a one-leg game shootout. Got there in the end.
Against Darkley too. Keeper's off his line. 2 hands on it for Abu Makar. These are the only 2 games that are currently live. Di Fernandez, Abu Makar, and Mike J against Yuval. We are waiting to kick off round 9 of Tex and Mark 11. And other than that, Group A is waiting to kick off its round 10.
Also say this about Abu Makar, who's had fantastic results, but he's a little bit of a streaky player. If anything, he probably hopes not to go up against Yuval. It's the only player that Yuval's looked good against, had that consistency, had some of the intricacies. We saw some of the offense and even some of the defense, which is maybe my major surprise of these 2 groups, is the fact that Yuval struggled so much.
Yeah, I think for Yuval, I know you said we don't particularly look into those world rankings or the European rank. I think the one I do look into is the European rankings, because granted it is online, but it's over such a long period of time. And the consistency that he showed, making the latter stage of every single qualifier he played in. He then clutched up against Dosseri at the playoffs. Speaking of Saudi Arabians, there is Abu Maka. Once again getting the crowd off their feet. But I agree with you. I've been surprised by Yuval's lack of consistency across 10 games as well.
And I would even argue, and I like Yuval as a person, but where's his heart? A lot of these matches, I feel like he kind of exits early if he's not in the game. If he goes down a goal or two, there's no fight back. We're not seeing him be able to battle or put himself into one of those positions to make a run or create some sort of comeback. Give us some drama.
The crazy thing about Yuval into that conversation is the first time we saw him at LAN this year was the playoffs. Last year we saw him at the E-Champions League. He was not at the E-Champions League this time round. Here's the goal for Yuval. See Abu Maka in that game defending well again. As we said, Mike J has got nothing to play for other than just to stir up the pot. Yuval, thank you very much. Somehow finding a pocket of space in that near post. But yeah, for a player that's been so dominant in Europe, the only place we saw him in LAN was at the playoffs, which don't get me wrong, he still turned up and he still got the job done there.
Well, we also just saw him in E-Nations group stage. The hype was there. They lived up to it. Israel looked unstoppable, offensively gifted and talented. However, you got into the bracket. They were potentially upset by Italy, at least with the run of form. The Italians went on to find the Final Four back-to-back years. And again, for our own personal expectation, I thought Israel would go farther. I went on record before the competition got underway. I said I expect these guys to be in that Final Four, potentially hoisting a trophy.
Well, we have officially kicked off round 10 over on Group A. Montaxa Darkley is probably the biggest game of that round. Do our best to check into as many of these games as we can, because you're right to say, gentlemen, Montaxa's chance of a knockout stage run is still very much alive.
Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the game.
Somehow snatched a 1-0 victory, didn't he, Montaxa, in the 91st minute in that Group A. He's on 9 points, Darkley's on 10. When they played yesterday, it was a 3-2 matchup. It was Montaxa that won that game.
So on a tie-break head-to-head goal difference, he would be going through. However, very simple, whoever wins progresses.
This is not one of those matchups where we have to go into the permutations of Ridge. Relatively straightforward, sudden death, win or go home. Both sides.
As we said, the big news, Lex is out of the competition. He can't qualify from Group A. There will be no French representation at the FIFAe World Cup in the knockout stages.
And you might mention, well, Darkley could get a draw. But the reality is, Montaxa is going to put so much pressure when it gets to a late game situation and scenario. You almost have to go for the win. There's going to be space for you. You're going to have to do something with it. It's going to be difficult to draw this game.
Darkley. There's Ronaldo into our 9 off the woodwork. Did so well just to combine the step overs, found the perfect exit. Another day, maybe that finds the back of the net. There's been a goal in Di Fernandez's matchup against the hometown hero as we see a goal there from Darkley. We won't leave it just yet. Big game, qualification matchup. A draw or a win is enough for Darkley to go into the knockout stages.
For every goal that he adds into the equation, it gives him a little more confidence, a little more leeway, and a little more margin.
We spoke about Di Fernandez up against Abu Maka. Lovely slip pass. Found the top corner, and with 60 minutes on the clock, Di Fernandez finds himself back in the game. There was changes being made between Montaxa and Darkley. Don't worry, you're not missing a kick of the action. And as soon as that game does get back underway, we will be with it.
Keep in mind that matches are in different points. Group A matches are in round 10. Group B matches are in round number 9. The only storyline in Group A is who is taking that 4th spot. A win or a draw for Darkley sends the Portuguese player into the knockouts. Montaxa has to win to go into a top 4. Big chance, back inside! Game on! Montaxa somehow just squeezes it in, posted in.
And we're in for a cracking game of FIFA, it's got to be said. 22 minutes on the clock. All square. The winner goes through, the loser goes home. We do have another match underway in Group A. It's a tie that doesn't have too much significance on the placements of players. Tuga and Berkey Lion in action.
And regardless of the result, Berkey Lion will stay in 3rd. Obviously Tuga and Stingray could play for that top spot in the group. Both are on 18 points as it stands. You know, Stingray's got a plus 10 goal difference to Tuga's plus 1. Both in the knockout stages though, which is the headline news. Berkey Lion only on 12 points. His first E-World Cup. Able to convert on that occasion. The idea was there. Just couldn't find the cutback. Tuga defended that one well.
Let's head on back on over to Montaxa and Darkley. That's the game with all the qualifying spots riding on it. You must have been in a situation like this, Mike, during your time. The pressure and the nerves must be so much.
And I'd actually rather be in Montaxer's position, feeling like I didn't play my best FIFA. I've gotten myself into this position. To the luck of the draw, maybe my last game is the game that actually matters. He could be easily in a scenario where he's playing someone else, he wins, but he still needs a loss, or he needs a draw, or he needs some other result. This is as straightforward, as cut and dry as it gets. And sometimes I feel as if the FIFA gods had it in for me. It's their way of saying, we've set you up, here's the platter, go ahead and eat dinner. Or lunch, or breakfast, or whatever it is. Go ahead and get your meal.
You can argue that, yeah, he's a pretty terrible run in the tournament, but where everyone else has not picked up win after win, there's been so many draws in the group, it's just allowed him to always have a chance into this moment here.
And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it just feels as if it's meant for you, especially when you know you haven't played your best FIFA. If we talk to Montaxer right now, he'll tell you day 1 wasn't that great, day 2 hasn't been that great. And the fact that he's in a position to get out of the group, when you sit there and you have your internal thoughts, a little bit of reflection, and all these pros do in between every single matchup, sometimes maybe even during the game, you start saying, I think this is going to be one of those scenarios that's going to go my direction. I'm going to have the draw of all draws. I'm going to get what's needed, what's coming.
Defended well by Montaxa. The last chance of the half, it looks to be. We'll stay with this one until the half-time interval. Still 1-1. As we said, draw is enough for Darkley to qualify for the knockouts. Montaxa has to win to snatch that top 4 spot. We'll get the last chance. What can we see here? He loves late drama, as we saw in his last matchup. Hullet driving down this right-hand side. Trying to find the one more pass. That will do us for the half-time break. Let's check in elsewhere. Well, there has been a goal over in Tuga's matchup against Berkey Lion. As we said, Tuga still could top the group. Berkey Lion, regardless of the result, will still finish 3rd. But why not go and get an extra win to give you that extra ounce of confidence for tomorrow?
Also going and beating the man that has been pretty dominant in this group, it has to be said. In Tuga, confidence-wise, you'll be flying high. Just to give you a little bit of a roundup of what you see in here, this is a round 9 fixture on your screen. We have one more game left to play after this match has concluded between D. Fernandez and Abu Maka. Texan mark 11, 55 minutes on the clock, that's 0-0 at this current juncture. The matches in the Group A, that's Montaxa, Darkley, Tuga and Berkey Lion, they are round 10 fixtures. We only play 10 rounds, so that's the last FIFA of the groups that they will be playing. As for Abu Maka and D. Fernandez, they have another game left to play.
Well, that's a full-time result there for Di Fernandez Abumaku, as you're right to say, Richard. 2-2 there is the final result. Mark 11 versus Tex is currently underway. That's 60 minutes on the clock in that one. They're in round 9 still. Berke Lion somehow just pushes Tuga away there.
Even Group B has gotten quite mixed. Yes, Mike J has been eliminated, but that battle for the final position with Di Fernandez, Yuval, Mark 11. Just depending what happens here, you say Tex is through, Abumaku is through. Maybe Di Fernandez has done enough now that he's on 13 points. That draw is actually crucial for him in terms of the point allocation.
Lovely goal, has to be said. Berke Lion, 2-0 to the good. Let's on over to the match with everything riding on it. Montaxa and Darkley just got underway in the second half. The winner goes through, the loser goes out.
Corner. On the way of the Portuguese player, Apogee Portugal. A decent run with the Polish team in the E-Club. What can we see on the individual basis? Currently ranked 11th in Europe is Darkley. Not a bad FIFA 23 season by any means. Qualified, beating Antonio Redea, the virtual Bundesliga champion. Out at the playoffs in London. Ronaldinho. De Bruyne, a big switch of play. Just about keeps it in, or doesn't, gets dispossessed. I think, to your point, Mike, I think, look, Yuval's beaten Mike J 1-0. Mike J's got a part to play, but I just don't feel like he's got anything left in the tank. What, you know, any need he wants to continue to play. If he could beat Yuval, he could do a massive favour for his countrymen in that last matchup, regardless of the result.
This could be that heroic moment for Mike J. Mr. Nonchalant made the statement on multiple occasions, looking forward to retirement. Plays goalkeeper in the 4th division in Australia. Get back to the actual pitch.
Also, too, I know we haven't really looked at it, but Tex against Mark is still 0-0. If Mark wins that game, completely changes the conversation we're having. Here, Montaxa, a big win.
He's on the front foot as well, Montaxa.
Usman Dembele driving in the byline. Will he hold on to that possession? No, he won't. Hakimi recovers it well.
He's been playing very well, just as we sort of talking about numerous different permutations and what could be happening in the groups. Montaxa's been on the front foot. There's going to be a lot of pauses, there's going to be a lot of waiting in this matchup because both players know that they simply just have to get it right.
Can we get into some permutations, especially when it comes to Group B?
Talk to me.
Oh, I'd love to talk to you. Let's take a moment. We're going to the Berke Lion. Tuga into space. Surely get himself back on the board. Indeed he is. Has a little bit of time to work with there. But when you look into Group B and the permutations here, you got Mark and Mike facing off in the last game. It's got to be said you think Mark's going to get that result. For better or for worse, Mike doesn't have a lot to play for, and that shows. I feel like his gameplay is not as inspired. Yuval goes up against Di Fernandez. That's likely to be a deciding game as well of who goes through between the two of them. Going in that matchup, if Yuval finishes up, is able to beat Mike J, he's got just over 10 minutes remaining. He's up 1-0. He'd be on 12 points. So you have 12 points going up at 13 points with Di Fernandez. We don't know what's going to happen in the Mark 11 game. He's still drawing even at the moment, 0-0 versus Tex. And then he has the Countryman game.
Penalty.
The rivalry game. Oh, boy.
Penalty for Mike J. Lovely little reverse elastico. This could be big to take the pressure off Mark 11. Does score!
Everything Mike LaBelle just said, forget it, because the points are all over the place. Mike J taking points away from Yuval. And the only person he's really helping out is fellow Aussie, Mark 11.
Yuval looks stressed. I don't think if he wants control of the group or to have any impact, at least without having helpers, he has to win that game. A draw won't do him any services in terms of his progression here.
Huge goal between Montaxa and Darkley. It's a qualifying game. The winner goes through.
Oh, no.
And it's gone the way. It's 1-1 of Montaxa. 2-1, the Italian lead.
17 minutes on the clock in that game. 20 minutes away from top 16.
Wow. And happy to go on record and reiterate, I just didn't see this as a possibility for Montaxer based on the form that he's had. A lot of games haven't looked very impressive. He hasn't been able to see him out when he has been leading. He's had a few games where he's conceded a lot of goals as well. But he's got himself into the position.
If Mark was to win this game and Mike J draws against Yeovil, the group is done. On a head-to-head record, Mark has beaten Yeovil on the last 2 meetings. So it's done. You know, even if he gets 10 points to Mark's 13 and then Yeovil goes and wins that last game to be on 13, he can't go through. Cannot go through. If Mark 11 wins the game, it could be all done before a ball is kicked in round 10. I mean, that would be easy, but you're up against Tex. When they played yesterday, Tex won 3-1 in this very matchup. However, it might not matter. Goal has gone in. Mike J. Yeovil. As soon as we've got it, he'll jump to it. We're building the storylines, we're trying to build the script, but they just keep being ripped up. Which way has it gone? It's gone the way of Yeovil, who will then put pressure back on. A win here puts him on 12 points, and he will go ahead of Mark. Mark will drop down into the bottom 2 on 11 points. If he can hold on here. Mark against Tex is going to conclude first.
15 minutes left to play. Darkley, chance! Great block. Boy's on the line.
Oh no. This is going to be a stressful 15, Rich.
Let's stay with it then. Right, Mark Tex is concluded. That's a 0-0. Ball into the box. Defended well. Everybody back defending for Montaxer. Jumping across, 87 minutes on the clock here. Yeovil is winning. Mike J, have you got an equaliser to make things more interesting for us? Interesting skill move choice there. Still in possession. Press is there. There's so many Melbourne City shirts around. Team Maker's jersey. It's a long ball forward. This should be game, set and match. Ball towards the back post if he wants it. For Yeovil, doesn't need another goal. He'll be on 12 points. He goes back into the top 4 in Group B. Let's jump back to this one now. Montaxer Darkley. Remember, Montaxer wins this game. He qualifies for the FIFAe World Cup knockout stages tomorrow. Darkley needs a draw, minimum.
All he needs is a goal. Darkley, but Montaxer's keeping this ball as far away as possible.
Another goal would be very much welcome. Is he going to look for it or just try and see this one out? Game management at its finest for an underdog in this tournament that has not had a good group running. But a couple of points, a couple of draws that have saved him. And this big result here.
Oh, it's gone back early.
Does well. Wow. Very well.
Yeah, really good.
88 minutes on the clock. Possession changes hands. Darkley, one last kick, you score. You were in the knockout stages.
He's offside.
Is he offside?
He's off.
No. He's off.
And breathe.
Montaxer, slow it down, they'll be saying. Fans of Gennaro Esports. Italian FIFA Esports fans. Even Obron, he'll be in the back room watching this one. Hoping there'll be another Italian in the knockout stages. Added time of 1 minute. He goes all the way back. Montaxer, he left it late, but he is in the top 16 of the FIFAe World Cup.
Huge, huge performance. He's not looked good.
No.
But he's got through. And they often say, champions get the performances done when they're not playing well.
Just don't doubt an Italian. They've been grinding through, they get results. We talk so much about some of the household names, but all of them have that characteristic. They're never down and out.
Heartbreak on the side of Darkley, out of the tournament. He crashes out. It can be so cruel sometimes, FIFA Richard, but this is the FIFAe World Cup when the best of the best come to play.
Certainly can be. We're just seeing the closing moments here of Tuga and Berkey Lions. Stingray and Lex, should I say. from Group A. That's a round 10 matchup. We'll get for you as soon as we have it, but right now, Berkey Lion and Tuga with 10 minutes left to play are just seeing out this matchup.
Well, Group A is concluded, other than who's topping the group, really. We know the 4 players that are going through. Stingray, Tuga, Montaxa, Berkey Lion will be your top 4 to go through from Group A. Darkley and Lex out of the tournament, the first 2 names to fall on the biggest FIFA stage of all, the FIFAe World Cup Grand Final.
Heartbreak for those 2. But on the biggest stage, the smallest of mistakes, the smallest of margins separate the top 24 and a round of 16 tie.
Massive save from Berkey Lion. Tuga wants to top this group, and he's got 5 minutes to try and do so. Keep in mind that Stingray against Lex has not kicked off yet, so if Stingray wins that game, he will most definitely solidify himself top of the table. Right, corner to coming from Tuga. Milinkovic-Savic is on the goalkeeper. And Van der Sar does get 2 hands on it.
We've seen the 4 players go through. Any surprises? I think 3 out of the 4 I pretty much had. I would have gone Berkey Lion.
I mean, I think you look at that
Tuga,
group.
Stingray. I also thought Darkley.
Yeah, I think you look at that group, Rich. Sorry to interrupt. You've got 4 players playing in their first ever FIFAe World Cup. I think you're always going to be surprised by a couple of names. Stingray and Tuga are always going to be a cert. Tuga's never not made it out of the group stages. Stingray made out of the groups last year. He does it again. Berkey Lion, I think he's a player to watch out for. Montaxa, no doubt, the surprise package there. But that is another match concluded here. And someone who has made it through to the knockout stages is with Spencer right now. How's he feeling?
Yes, I'm here with Montaxa. You've left it late on both days. You waited to your 5th game to get your first win yesterday, and then you won your last 2 today, crucially, to get you out of the group. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was a crazy day. I've been so inconsistent in this group stage. I played bad. I was so unlucky sometimes, but of course I didn't play at my level. Then I had to win the last 2 games to qualify to knockout. Against Berkay I won at the last minute, and then this game was so difficult against Darkley because he needed a draw to qualify, so he was keeping a lot the ball. And I started the game 1-0 down, and too happy to be able to come back this game and to qualify to knockout. Too happy.
We saw some great scenes when you did win, your supporters with your Italy flag, and how does it feel for you representing both your country and also Genoa?
It feels amazing. They're giving me a lot of support. My coach Van Basten was helping me a lot in these days, and of course everybody that is watching me from Italy, and I'm so happy for them too.
Congratulations, my friend. We'll see you tomorrow in the knockouts. You can't take your eyes off the games, because even if you think someone's out, they stay in. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Back here in Group A, yes, we know who's going through, but we don't know who's topped the group as it stands. Lex is leading by a goal to 0. He's out of the tournament, but he says, you know what? This is an E-League 1 derby. It's Olympic Lyon against FC Lorient on paper, and Lex leads by a goal to 0. I mean, as we said, Alex, Group A is concluded. Any surprises from that list? I mean, we always thought Stingray and Tuga were going to go through. Montaxa left it late, and Berkey Lion's in that top 4.
I think I was expecting a little bit more from Lex, in all honesty, as we see him on the screen right now up against Stingray. But we know the quality of Stingray, Tuga, Berkey Lion. Montaxa, we've spoken time and time again about him, that he's been so consistent over the last 24 months. that I was expecting a better performance from him, but he made it clutch. He did what he needed to do to make it through into the knockouts, and as he said, he wasn't consistent enough, but time and time again, players may not be consistent as long as they make it through the group stage and into that knockout. That's where players like Montaxa can come to life across the two legs.
Well, for Stingray, a win here would definitely send him top of the group. Both had shared points, actually, believe it or not, Tuga and Stingray. They both took a result off each other, but Stingray has got the goal advantage on their head-to-head, so even a draw, I believe, would keep Stingray top of the table. As it stands, Tuga on 19, Stingray on 18 without this game being added on to that tally. And I'll be happy to know that round 10 is also underway over in Group B. Yuval Belli against Di Fernandez, Abimaka against Tex. And then the two Aussies waiting to go to battle for the final time at the E-World Cup. Mark 11 against Mike J. Here's Stingray looking for an equaliser. Thank you very much, he'll say. 1-1.
Yeah, fantastic finish for Stingray. Again, an area where we know he comes to life time and time again. And Lex, the story is just the same. When he does take the lead, he can't hold on to it.
Well, we said round 10 matches are underway. Di Fernandez looks to be in the top 4. He's up against Yuval, a player who is on 12 points, but not confirmed to be through yet. If Di Fernandez has got anything to do with it, he can make this quite a tricky day.
R9 showing why he's in every single team here at the FIFAe World Cup. Confident on the right foot and the left foot, you name it.
In the air. Oh, Di Fernandez! Headers and volleys at the FIFAe World Cup.
And we mention how he's good with the ball at his feet. He's also very good with the ball in the air. The knockdown to lay that off one more time to give Mbappe a clean strike at goal. Di Fernandez lighting this game up early on. 2 to the good.
Yuval. Such interesting groups he's had at the World Cup. Back in the game, has scored at 2-1. Just a question for you, Alex. Why has it been so erratic, some of his performances? He wins 3-0, he loses 4-0. He wins 2-1, he loses 2-1.
Some players struggle up against different matchups, different players. Everyone has their own play style on FIFA. Sometimes you find your match, as we see Mark 11. This is a must-win game for Mark. We know Mike J is out of this tournament. As it stands, Di Fernandez beating Yuval would mean if Mark 11 can pick up a victory here against his Australian counterpart, as the chance comes.
There's the goal. There is the goal for Mark 11. If he can win this game against his fellow countryman Mike J, Fulwies will have a player in the round of 16, but there's been more news in another game. Yuval against Di Fernandez. There's been a goal there. We'll go there in a second. Before the Abimaka against Tex, we heard the loud roar. We know both these two are going through to the knockouts, but come on, it's Abimaka against Tex. It's a massive game for them. It's Sebes Desari pretty much against Tex. We said there was a goal. Yuval against Di Fernandez. You were painting the picture rightly to me, Alex. If Mark wins his game and Di Fernandez beats Yuval, it shakes things up. Yuval was 2-1 down. He's back in the tie. There's only been 30 minutes played in that game, and they're all square at 2-2.
All square at 2-2, and to paint the picture for you, that would put Yuval onto 13 points, Di Fernandez 14 points, and Mark 11 also on 14. Yuval has to win if Mark 11 wins.
So draw's not good enough?
A draw is not good enough. Di Fernandez, if he gets a draw, he's done enough. But there is still another half, Brandon, at least.
Juvel. I mean, this group can move. And move and move. So you try and tell me there's a world here that Di Fernandez could also not qualify? There is.
Yeah.
Juvel beats Di Fernandez. Mark wins his game. Suddenly,
Di Fernandez is on that next plane home.
You're absolutely right. And another Portuguese player could be eliminated from the tournament. There has been another goal in the game. We'll give it to you as soon as we can. Juvel against Di Fernandez. This is 1-1. Lex against Stingray. Remember, Stingray is playing to top the group. A draw would be enough for Stingray to still top the group. But let's leave that one. And as soon as we can, there's two games we have to look at. Mark 11 against Mike and Juvel against Di Fernandez. There was another goal in the game. Juvel is taking matters into his own hands. This is all within the first half. It's the first time he's led in the game, Alex. He was 1-0 down, came back, was 2-1 down, came back, now lead 3 goals to 2. As it stands, Mark and Juvel are going through. Di Fernandez is out of the tournament as it stands.
And we jump back over to the game between Mike J and Mark 11. We have a second goal there. Mark 11 putting himself into that commanding position. Here is that goal for you. The quick tempo, the moving around. Pele doesn't miss from there. Mark 11 doing everything he needs to do. His story is in his control.
As we said, as it stands in that Group B, Abu Maka is through, Tex is through. And if Juvel can hold on to this and win, he goes through, and so will Mark 11. It will be Di Fernandez and Mike J leaving Group B. Again, both these games are in the first half. I know we're painting the picture early doors, but just to let you know at home what every goal and every result does mean. Is Mike J looking to shake things up. A game that might not mean as much. There was a penalty in it. Stingray against Lex. The All-French League matchup. Which way did this penalty go? It looks like it went the way of Stingray. Had a chance for a goal. Mbappe went down to ground. Lex goes into the book. Did he capitalise on it? Stingray looking to top the group with a really impressive 21 points from his group stages here. It was Pele that was over it for Stingray. Down the middle, thank you very much. It looks like that could be the case, Alex. Stingray looks to top the group.
Yeah, Stingray looking very strong throughout this group stage. To top the group in the process as well. He has been phenomenal, not only in the attacking department, but the defensive department as well. And for him, he's got that first place to show for it.
Half-time. Is there an equaliser from Di Fernandez? There's bodies just diving into tackles in and around the box. We'll have a breather for a split second. There's been another goal in this game. Mike J, he may be out of the World Cup, but he can still rustle a few feathers. 2-1 that game. There was another goal in this one. Stingray wanting to ensure that Tuga doesn't get top spot in the group. It will be Stingray that gets top spot. Remember, Group A will play Group C, and Group B will be playing against Group D tomorrow. We haven't kicked off the second half of Group C and Group D. That will come later on. This game, as we said, in the closing stages, hasn't got as much on the line. We know that Lex is out of the competition. Looking for another one. He might be out, but he wouldn't mind going out with maybe a small smile if he can stop Stingray from winning his last game.
Just as we wrap up on this game as well, a big matchup in the arena here, which has got a lot of fans on their feet, is Abu Maka versus Tex. Abu Maka 1-0 to the good right now, and Brandon, as that stands, there is a chance that Abu Maka could take first spot off Tex, which is huge
when we're thinking about who that group plays up out in the knockout stages.
Well, I mean, the only indicator we've had from Group D is that Anders Vergang probably will top the group. So whoever comes fourth in this battle that we're trying to give you at the moment could be playing against the Danish wonder kid. But regardless of it, the group is stacked, full of names. And in time to come in this one, we have to talk about it, Stingray. What a group outing for him.
Unbelievable outing from Stingray, as he gets one more chance probably to just score goals after goals after goals. That's what he's done. He's been so good defensively as well. Congratulations to him. Great performance.
Oh my God. There is bigger news here. Mike J outside the box. 2-0 down. Nothing to play for other than just to try and stop his fellow Aussie companion from qualifying into the knockout stages. With that goal, we might just stop him. They were teammates last year. They were teammates in 2v2 FIFA in Direwolves. Now Mark might never be able to look at Mike J again.
Foot wizard Mark is saying, Mike, it's not going to plan. We need that win. And Mark has got a job on his hands. Over to the game of Abu Maka versus Tex. The shot cancel coming through. Gets a little bit fortunate, but either way, Abu Maka could be knocking Tex off that front foot.
More goals in that one. We said Mike J has just equalised. Well, there's been another goal in the game. We'll give it to you in a second. Before that, we'll give you this one. Di Fernandez equalising the tie.
That little Lacro Creta just to open up that space. This game has had it all. Back and forth between them. Yuval was 2-0 down. Took that way into 3-2. Both players knowing how much is on the line right now for this matchup.
So as it stands now, Yuval will be out. Di Fernandez would go through alongside Mark 11.
If Mark 11 can get that goal to put himself back into that winning position. Has Mark 11 done that, Brandon?
Well, I sort of just gave it away, didn't I?
you kind of did slightly, yeah.
I forgot we didn't show the goal. I've got many screens in front of me here. Mark 11 is in the lead. 3 goals to 2 he does lead. So yes, as it does stand right now, the #1 ranked player in those European rankings, it doesn't mean anything. He could be crashing out in the group stages. Oh my. Another goal.
Take that back, Brandon. Take that back, Yuval. It's your chance.
Yuval, you're back in the top 4. End to end between these two. Mark 11, what have you got? Chance, goal! Mark's back in the qualification spots.
What a terrible offside trap there from Mike. Just gifting the space to Mark 11. And both of these games with knockout FIFA on the cards are delivering.
Both are giving us 7 goals as well, Alex, because in Yuval Di Fernandez, there's another goal there. Which way's this one gone? It's gone Di Fernandez's way. I mean, that's not good news at all. A draw is not good enough. And obviously a losing position is not good enough. Yuval needs 2 goals if he wants to qualify for an World Cup, unless Mark will drop from a winning position once again. Right, let's give you a bit of context here. This game's in the 69th minute. Mike against Mark is in the 67th minute. There is 2 in-game minutes between the 2 matches. We'll try our best to give you the full-time results of what everything does mean here at the World Cup. The other story point is Stingray's top the group. Tex looks to drop his top place in Group B because Abu Maka is going to win his group stage as the #1 player in that Group B. Well then, Di Fernandez had another chance there. We said about this one, Tex 2 goals in 3 in-game minutes. I just don't see it happening. Regardless of it, Tex has broken his group curse exit in an World Cup. He is going through to the knockout stages at an World Cup for the first time in his 3rd FIFAe World Cup. But Abu Maka, there was a lot of hype about him, Alex. I mean, you can understand why now. I did say he was going to get grouped yesterday. I take it back. I apologise to all the fans in here and the Saudis that are watching. Abu Maka, you're in the knockout stages.
I'm very glad that your voice was not broadcasted to the arena when you made that statement, because those fans would have wanted to have a word with you, Brandon. Abu Maka to seal the deal. No.
Well, let's leave that one as it stands. Red card for Tex. But if we can get a reaction on these fans, Abu Maka has topped the group. His first FIFAe World Cup. He stops Tex from getting the top spot. He will get it himself. Top of Group B. He will take on a very difficult Group D, full of names. They are over the moon, and you can understand why. Saudi Arabia fans have got more knockout FIFA to enjoy. But Alex, there's more goals.
More goals indeed, and Footwiz fans, get on your feet. Mark 11 is firing his way into the knockouts.
And it hasn't been easy for him, has it? Mike is giving him a tough game. Abu Maka is through, so is Tex. As it stands, it will be Mark 11 that's also going through, and D. Fernandez. Mike J out, Yuval out. Unless we can see a ridiculous turnaround in these matches. Mark 11 looking for goal number 6. They want to find a way through there. This game will finish before the Yuval D. Fernandez game. Mike J, what have you got? I mean, I don't know what that was, but found it to the back of the net. It might have been the goals of the day.
Yeah, I was hoping to see that one fly in to maybe break it down ever so slightly. But no, Mike J.
There's a goal. There's a goal in the other game. Yuval D. Fernandez. You'll understand why I'm getting excited. Because it's Yuval that's got the goal. If Yuval scores again, D. Fernandez will then be knocked out. And it will be Mark and Yuval that would go through. This game's about to conclude now. As it stands, Mark is in that top 4. Mike J, as we know, is already out of the tournament. Commiserations to him and Melbourne City, added time of 2 minutes. Mark 11 has done enough, Alex.
Mark 11 has done what he needed to do against the Australian counterpart of Mike J. This may be the last time that we see Mike at a FIFA event. That could be it all done for him here. You see Denman, Mark celebrating. They might be celebrating a little bit too early if things can change.
He always makes out the groups.
He does.
He's backed up again.
He has.
Mark 11.
So now, the only option is Yuval Fernandez. That's the last spot,
This
right,
is
Brandon?
it. This is the last spot. If it stays like this, D. Fernandez is through. Yuval has to win to go to the knockout stages. He will have time for one more attack. Big win. Oh, goes back for a free kick. Referee pulls that one back for a free kick for D. Fernandez.
There's been too much drama for me,
5
Brandon.
minutes.
Too much.
We've got to go again for Group C and D. D. Fernandez should really just see this one out. Easier said than done when you've got Yuval Belly pressing you from all angles. Such a good season, such a good online season from Yuval. Is it going to end now for him, or is he going to have one more attack to go to the knockout stages? Massive switch of play, finds R9. Here's Yuval, looking for late drama in the FIFAe World Cup Grand Finals. Big tackle from D. Fernandez in his first E-World Cup. Found his way here from beating the Italian Virgil of Exceed. Possession won't fall back kindly. It's 2 minutes added time though. One more win now, and there could be a chance. Long ball over the top. No, game over. Corner given away. And we can pretty much confirm this group. D. Fernandez is through. Yuval out. Mike J out. Mark 11 is qualified. Tex comes second. And Abu Maka will top the group in this Group B. Remember, Group B will play that group of death in the knockout stages tomorrow. What an ending. We always knew there'd be a little bit of drama. It's the FIFAe World Cup. There always is. Taking every second he can in the Portuguese way. Last in-game seconds. Job done. Di Fernandez is in the knockout stages. And all that hard work in no doubt the most competitive region in FIFA esports for Yuval Belli has not showed on LAN. He is out of the groups at the FIFAe World Cup. Diogo Jota, I'm sure he might be watching from somewhere, must have a big smile on his face because he has got players in the knockout stages. That is it done and dusted. Group A and Group B is concluded at the FIFAe World Cup.
Well, that big matchup, Di Fernandez taking on Yuval. 38 places separated them in the standings. It was 39th in Europe, taking on the first in Europe, but it didn't go the way we had expected to. Di Fernandez there knocking out Yuval, top spot in Europe.
And congratulations to Di Fernandez. Did his thing. Portugal's kind of been on the up and up. You see him popping off a little bit there. I like that type of competitive energy, and you've always said it early on. He's shown us moments that we've been super impressed and look consistent to online play, but at other times, it wasn't what was right, and we didn't think he'd have a late run into the tournament. I still thought he'd get out of the group, but here we are, and if you can't hear me, that's okay. There's a lot happening behind us.
I guess again, Alex, is to do with Mark, just not getting grouped one more competition at a time.
He doesn't get grouped, he's finding a way out every single time, and he's got through into that knockouts, which is the more important thing. I was lost for words. We were commentating it over there. There was so much changing, so many storylines, but Mark 11 finds himself through again.
Aggie, no offence to Mark, he's one of those annoying players though, isn't he? He just turns up and managed to find a way through.
Yeah, I mean, gotta respect the way that he's always somehow finding that extra point or 3 points that's necessary for him to go past the groups. And now we want to take that extra step. Now he wants to go further into the competition. But regardless of that, he will enjoy himself tonight, and then he'll see what happens tomorrow.
Someone else who I'm sure will enjoy themselves tonight is the 18-year-old from Portugal, Spen.
Yes, indeed. I'm here with Di Fernandez and his coach. Epic scenes here. You've gone unbeaten today. Actually, your last 6 games. What did he change to turn that form around after the 2 losses yesterday?
I mean, we talked yesterday, and sorry, then you can talk with him, but we talked yesterday, and I told him that if he came here today and played the same games he played yesterday, already used to the booth, already used to the space, he probably come here and qualified with no doubts. And it was not that easy, of course, but finally it ends the nice way. So
yeah, it went down to the last game. Talk to me about the relationship between yourself and the other Portuguese competitors, because I saw Tuga and other people come in here and congratulate you. It seems like there's a real good relationship there.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same on playoffs. We were the 3 Portuguese that went to the playoffs, and we could qualify. We can qualify the 3 Portuguese to here to the World Cup, and even at London it was amazing the spirit that we had between us. Not just this year, but even the last years that when we went to the playoffs and to international competitions. But it's amazing having them supporting us, having Tuga, Zeni, and even the guys from Darkley cheering for us at these moments. It's really important to get out from here today and have people that is sharing the happiness with us.
And lastly, has he got a message he wants to say to people watching at home and everyone in Portugal?
In Portuguese, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna let you, podes enviar a tua mensagem que quiseres em português para as pessoas que estão a assistir em casa.
Obrigado a todos que estiveram a apoiar, malta, pá, estou...
Para a câmara.
É um dos meus momentos mais felizes. É verdade que ainda só passei os grupos, que ainda queremos mais, mas a verdade é que o trabalho foi feito até aqui e eu respondi da melhor forma, sempre a cada jogo e a cada nível, graças também ao Armando e a toda a equipa da Diogo Jota que me tem ajudado desde que eu entrei para a equipa. Um abraço a todos os portugueses, adoro-vos.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he basically said that just thank the support of everyone. I was not getting too much, but it just thanks the support of everyone, and that's it. It's also my words that we want to also thanks the work of our teammate, his teammates. Sorry, also even Marcos Afonso and Dom Pablo this season. A special thanks to Diogo Jota as well, which is right now at Germany. I mean, he texted me before this game like I had a meet with the team and I probably not gonna watch the game, but he was nervous cheering for us, and it was for him as well.
Fantastic stuff. Well, Diogo Jota might be able to watch tomorrow now because Di Fernandez is going to be playing. He's made it through the groups, and that is Groups A and B done. We've still got C and D to do though, guys. Lots of FIFA still to come.
Yeah, thanks so much there, Spen. Well, Di Fernandes, possibly the next generation of FIFA players coming out of Portugal after Tuga, of course, leading the line there. Well, let's just sum up then the tables from A and B after 10 rounds. Stingray, 21 points. I mean, not bad, is it, for a player ranked 126th in Europe. Tuga then 19 points. Berke Lion 13. Montaxa scraping through Group A on 12 points. That was the storyline there, wasn't it? He had that last matchup against Darkley, and he was victorious and booked himself a spot in the round of 16. Lex and Darkley, unfortunately, end their competition here. Group B, well, Abu Makka delighted the Saudi fans here, topping the table after that late win over Tex. 18 points as well, but it goes down to head-to-head. Mark then doing what he does best at big competitions, not getting grouped. And Di Fernandes as well, we heard from him, also on 14 points, goes through. We say though goodbye to the best player in Europe, Yuval, on 13 points, and Mike J, possibly the last time we see him here at a FIFA event. We may see him now retiring, the man from Australia. Mike, long day, big day, a lot of storylines there. The quick one I'm going to say, Berke Lion, for me, just kind of slid under the radar.
And that's okay. I don't think he'll mind. He's going forward. He's moving onward. And one of my major takeaways for everyone at home is you wonder, one of the major takeaways for all of you at home, we were talking about Berke Lion. I think he doesn't mind, of course, going under the radar. But we always do these permutations and we calculate and we ask, well, how many points do you need? Well, today, I mean, they needed a Mike J that didn't perform well, but 13 points for Yuval did not get him out of the group stage, which I think is kind of terrifying for the remaining competitors. If you're in Group C or you're in Group D, that's going to go on later, you're asking yourself, how many points do I need? 13 was not enough today.
Unless you pass it back to me. I can't speak there, Mike. Anyway, let's move the conversation on. I help you out and then you completely take it from me as well. I was going to say, Di Fernandes, guys, we were hailing him, the fact that he gets through. Can I say he might get one of the toughest draws in the next round from Group D?
At this point,
ouch!
At this point tonight, I don't think he'll be minding so much of saying, yeah, I'm probably going to face Anders in that first round of the knockout. For now, let's just enjoy those celebrations. Let's just, have that little bit of enjoyment from that and then see what tomorrow brings. And to add on to that point as well, Mike, Yuval, yes, 13 points and he didn't get himself through. I'd say, and this is no disrespect to Mike J, maybe because so far throughout all of the FIFAe World Cups that we've seen, every team has been competitive. Mike J picking up 3 points across 10 games, not getting a single win, that just simply isn't good enough at the end of the day.
And Yuval as well, simply not good enough from a player ranked first in Europe.
I mean, we talked about consistency and inconsistency, and it just goes to show that if you're not ready and focused in all of these games, it can come back haunt you, and that's exactly what it did here. So, yeah, big up to Di Fernandes. He's through to tomorrow, and for Yuval Bailey, I think he'll be disappointed because he showed himself online that he has the capabilities to go forward, to be the actual best here, but it will still be a good experience, and I'm sure we'll see him again with more routine now, and then he's going to be really dangerous.
I'm sure he won't feel like it today, will he? But he can take a lot home from this World Cup experience, and hopefully next time we see him on this big stage, he can go through to the third day here of the knockouts, which obviously come to us tomorrow. But stay where you are. Well, actually come back in half an hour because we get to go again, don't we, with the second day and the second round of fixtures from Groups C and D. Remember what we've been talking about, Group D? It's the group of death. We have world champions, the Libertadores champions, Danish champions, Dutch champions. We've got it all. So come back and watch that one. Come back in about 30 minutes time to enjoy that with us. Until then, goodbye.